Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is Friday. It is the 19th of November, 2021. And, many of you are aware that Mitch Morrison took his motorcycle last weekend to a motorcycle rally in Mexico. And I have some sad news. He came back. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Morrison.
Nothing can kill me, Uncle. I'm back, Chad.
I'm going to get a refund on that guy.
New glasses.
I'm ready. Got new glasses?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So you can see now.
Much sharper, yeah. So.
Now, we've tweaked the audio a little bit. You guys can give us some feedback on that. We're going to work on still fine-tuning this audio a bit. I think the noise suppression may not be ideal, but we're going to go through it this way.
Yeah. Are we getting a 5x5 or are we kind of even Steven?
Hopefully it's a little clearer without the dropouts like it was. And and there's Photo Ray saying, good grief. That was Mitch's idea. It was a good idea.
As we move along the show, Chad, I'll certainly tell you a little bit about it. And it was fun. And I'll bet there were maybe over 10,000 motorcycles down there at the rally. It was their 20th anniversary Rocky Point rally. They did not have it last year, even though some people went down for it. It wasn't official, and I'm not big on crowds, but I got a lot of compliments on the bike because it's not branded. So people, oh my gosh, what is that? Suzuki, baby, 2014 MR109. A couple of guys they're like, that's an MR109. I'm like, you got a good eye, since there's no branding on it. So they're like, oh, yeah.
You could look at it and see it's a Boulevard. I think that's...
Right, yeah. One guy said, that's a Suzuki Boulevard. I'm like, good eye,
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's a very distinct looking bike if you're familiar with it.
Yeah.
I never saw one before. I thought it was very cool. But now that I've seen it, now I know to recognize it.
Yeah.
I saw a Tesla the other day where it completely debadged.
Really?
Why?
Yeah.
And not only that, the front of the car has like a T molded into the front. You can't remove that.
But on the back, the guy took
it was all smooth. There was nothing. All the badging was removed. It was completely debadged.
Okay.
So, all right, today, the build is going to be kind of like an updated 8-year build again.
Okay.
Except a little more higher end. The higher end part is we're going to put 32 gigs of memory.
Ooh.
The Samsung 970 Evo Plus has been on a good, very attractive price over at Amazon, about $230 or less. Also, the Intel 660p 1 terabyte has been $89.99, which is a great deal. If you can pick up 1 terabyte NVMe for under $100, it's a good deal. Now, I saw a team branded one for $75, but I don't know that has the Intel reliability and support, so I didn't purchase it. However, I did purchase a couple of these. So this is the Samsung 970 Evo Plus 2 terabyte.
Nice.
The Mugen 5 is what we're going to use to cool this. The Black Edition, $70.
Okay.
Now here's where we get to the high-end part. Ooh. This is a Core i9-11900k. And the reason for me purchasing or waiting this long to do this video is because I didn't want to pay $600 for that processor. I didn't want to pay $550, which is generally the MSRP. And Newegg had it for $499 with a limit of 2. So I bought 2 at $499. And then weeks went by. I've had this for a few weeks. Now I think I saw it on sale for $450. It was $450. I'm like, oh my gosh, $450. That's a big savings. Well, that's because, of course, the 12th gen has come out. I won't be doing any builds with 12th gen until next year. I did have someone who reach out and ask me if I would build their 12th gen. And they wanted to drive up from Tucson and then stand off to the side of the camera while I built it and then take it home. I'm like, okay, that's not a service I offer.
Right. Little creepy.
It is a little weird to me that people don't ask me for my process. I told him if he wanted to mail the parts here, I'll build it and mail it back. And he's like, well, I'm in Tucson, I'll just drive up. Like, you want to drive for 2 hours, drop off your parts, and then turn around and drive 2 hours back? That doesn't make any sense.
And then come back for the machine.
I mean, unless he's got another reason to be here.
Right.
Right. But so I'm like, you should just build your computers yourself. It's a very rewarding thing to do, and I make these videos to encourage people to do it themselves. And well, that would have given us a 12th gen build a little earlier, because he still has to source the DDR5 RAM, and I've seen scalpers asking $1,000, which is ridiculous. So I would, unless you have a lot more money than me, I would put that off until after the first of the year. There'll be more chips released from Intel, different models that aren't released yet in the 12th gen range, as well as more motherboards to choose from, and probably more DDR5 to choose from Amazon or Newegg or Best Buy, rather than from a scalper who's going to gouge you on it. But it is more expensive than DDR4. Will it be worth it? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what the reviews say, but I think a lot of it has to do with how you use your computer and what you value as a priority. Impressing friends with benchmark numbers, showing off, or whether there's an actual purpose to justify that expense. It will get cheaper. And as that gets to be next year, gets to be more produced, more manufactured and distributed, the price of the 11th gen, 10th gen, and 9th gen is going to keep dropping, and you're going to get I predict some great deals in anticipation of that this holiday season. So for the motherboard, we've got a Aorus B560M Pro AX. So the Pro AX means it's got wireless or Wi-Fi built into it. Nice. The M in the model number means it's a micro ATX board. It's not a full-size board. And the reason we don't have a case listed is because you can literally use any ATX or micro ATX case. ATX is bigger, so therefore a micro ATX will work in all ATX cases, as far as I know. Or you can get a smaller case, a micro ATX case. The choice is yours. Literally any ATX or micro ATX case of your choosing, these parts should work. With the only thing to consider is the height of the cooler, to make sure the case is wide enough that you'll be able to close the door on it. But like NZXT H510, things like that, if you go with the big manufacturers, you're less likely to have a fitment issue with the cooler. But just take a look at the picture on the screen and see if it's a narrow case. If it's a narrow case, it should be pretty obvious without having to look at the height of the cooler and the width of the case. Although you can do that, don't let me stop you. But if you're scrolling through hundreds of cases, it could take a long time to look at the specs of each one. You can visually identify, in most situations, when the case is too thin. So that's why we didn't put a case. Also, you can pretty much choose nearly any power supply you want. I'd recommend 500 watts and above, depending on whether or not you're going to use a graphics card. We're going to use integrated graphics on the CPU, so we don't have to deal with finding a graphics card. But I will say this. Customer sent me a 1650 or 1660 graphics card, and they spent $549 for it at Newegg about 6 months ago. Today, you can find those cards on Newegg for $250 to $300. I think it was it $250? I'd have to take a quick look here. I don't want to misquote it, but they are in stock. The 1650s are in stock, and at least they were at Newegg. Let's do GTX 1650 and probably the 1660 too. But if I just do a search on the 1650, yeah, $329. So I guess around the low 300s, which is about $200 less. There's one for $324.
Okay.
And there's a lot of them, and you can see add to cart is available. So they are available. Here's a 1650 for $470 from MSI. Here's one from Asus, GeForce GTX 1650 OC edition for $362. So they are back in stock. Now, I don't know about higher end cards. The next one up would be 1660. The whole reason this came up, customer wanted to add more monitors. Now they don't even need to buy a card that fancy. They could probably step down quite a bit to maybe a sub $100 card, just for the idea of having two outputs. And the integrated graphics on the Intel CPU will power two monitors. However, the motherboard the customer only has one video out, and that's that. So they have to either change the motherboard or buy a graphics card, and it might be cheaper to change the motherboard. But a cheaper graphics card just for the purpose of a second monitor for business use, I would automatically just go to the 1650. But that's $300 in a board that has the 2 ports, probably 120 bucks. A couple of contributions have come in. Let me give some shouts out and say thank you to these generous, kind folks. There's Frankie B, kicks us off with a $50 contribution. He says, hello, everyone, and Carey, here's a little something to kick things off.
Frankie B.
Right on, Frankie. Thank you. Very generous guy. Rick Lakes with 10 bucks says, hello, Carey and Mitch. Hey, welcome in, Rick. Good to see you. There's Mats Olaf Rickardson, joins us from, I think it's Norway, and Reverend John O'Toole. There you are. There's Johnny. And a contribution comes in from John Craig, watching us from the UK. Contributes £5. He says, I don't think it's a good idea to be an early adopter of 12th gen stuff. It seems that more problems appear daily. Well, it's called teething. You know, it's like you don't want to get a young puppy unless you really don't like your furniture, right? Or you've got to really be home all the time and keep an eye on that dog, because when those teeth come in, they have to chew. They have to. And it's probably going to grow to be a fantastic, intelligent, beautiful animal. But it's got that ugly state, especially like I'm thinking a golden retriever. Oh boy, those first 2 years are pretty rough. They're rambunctious little guys, but then they mature into these wonderful dogs. The dogs you see on TV, you know, the full-grown ones, always well-behaved, intelligent. Yeah, go back and visit them in the first 2 years. Rambunctious. So likewise, the new technology, just like Windows 11, it needs time to teeth. Give it 6 months. So I'm on the same page with you, except I'm making YouTube videos and people want to see that stuff. I would not be building it. It wouldn't be on my schedule right now to build it in the beginning of next year, except that I have a YouTube channel and that's what people want to see. If I wait too long to do it, the viewers have moved on to other items of interest, everybody's got a very short attention span, so you've got to strike while the iron is hot or don't strike at all. So anyway, that's why I'm doing it. Not necessarily recommending it, I'm just showing it. Same with this build here. I'm not necessarily recommending this build. That's up to you to decide. But I'm here to show you how it all goes together and hopefully inspire you and build up some confidence. If you've never done it before, you can even start with a system this high end, and it's no different in the building process. Marty is here in the chat room. Hi,
Hey,
Marty. Contributes 20 bucks. He says hello. Well, thank you, as always, for continuing to support the channel. And I don't know why my chat room is so... I need to resize this. There we go. Okay. Mats Olaf Rickardson is joining us from Sweden. My apologies, Mats Olaf. Norway's close, though, right? Finland, Sweden, Norway.
All nice.
I'd be happier in any of those places than I am in Phoenix. Where's Jimmy and what's his name? Lyle? They're back at Studio A.
You speak in Canadian? Oh, no.
Okay, eh?
Oh, eh. Oh, and chat, by the way, if you did not get a chance to see Uncle Carey's show yesterday live, you must check it out, because would you say it was just chock full of information about routers and everything, and I liked it. Yeah.
Thanks. I always look forward to interviewing JJ when I was doing videos for Newegg.
I didn't watch it, but I liked it.
No, at least you're honest.
Okay.
And JJ, the fact that, I was getting paid to interview him was like icing on the cake, So there's sort of like this non-compete clause with Newegg, and I had to wait a while before I could reach out to the same people that I worked with. So it was like 2 years I had to wait. Anyway, so I caught up with JJ, and he was very generous with his time.
Yeah.
I tried to keep it at an hour. That was me being respectful of JJ.
Yeah.
JJ wasn't having it. So
No.
a little over 2 hours later, and a very thorough discussion of routers, which got a little bit technical, but I would reel it back in and try and break it back down to the basics. For the entire family of routers, the range of sort of their entry level, mid range, and high end routers, and what's the difference, and why should you care?
And that big dish.
Yeah, he had that. It wasn't a dish. It's like
No,
a big square block with
Yeah.
8 antennas,
You
2 on
you
each
couldn't
side.
fit that on your desk.
Well, as long as there was nothing else
Yeah,
on
if
the
you had a
desk.
big desk. Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. It was chock full of information. And I want to bring JJ back to talk about their 12th gen motherboards. So we'll do that hopefully either at the end of this month, beginning of next month, right in there. Again, got to do it while the topic's hot.
Yep.
So, and then he wants to come back again and talk about all the stuff happening on the AMD side with, this is, AMD's phasing out that AM4 socket now. So I don't know that personally that there's a lot to be excited about on the AMD side yet, but AMD's about to counter Intel soon. And that's ideally when we'll bring on,
Yeah.
although he thinks there's enough content to talk about what currently they have for AMD and what's going on, that he wants to come on and talk about it.
No.
So I'm not going to tell JJ no. But yeah, it was a great show. I highly recommend people check it out. You don't know what you don't know, and we discussed a lot. I even learned a couple things, and that never happens.
Right. And so did I. Yeah. And yeah, he was a good interviewee.
Rick Lakes mentioned JJ was on PC World the other day. PC World has a video vlog with another person that I admire in the industry is Gordon Ma-ung. He's an editor over at PC World. He used to be the editor-in-chief at Maximum PC Magazine.
Yeah.
And Gordon, it's funny because I watched Gordon talking to JJ the previous time I think he was on. And Gordon introduces him as like the smartest guy in tech he knows. And there's nothing JJ doesn't know. You'll never see JJ checking notes. He just knows everything off the top of his head. It's incredible to witness it. But I was kind of amused when he had a little connection problem trying to show a second monitor. And I never see him
Sweat. Yeah.
I never see him struggle to get something to work. And and I even mentioned it, as I was getting the words out about how amusing it was to watch JJ actually solve a problems he never has. Before I could finish the sentence, he already had it solved. I was like, I bet she's going to solve that real quick while it's done.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I got the computer that was sent in. The guy's name was Rod.
Okay.
If you recall, a couple weeks ago, I brought his machine up for a live diagnostic. It was mailed to me from like South Dakota. He built a machine, but it never booted. And when I diagnosed it, I found that the CPU socket had bent pins, and I tried to straighten those pins with no success.
Right.
Well, come to find out, he was in the chat, and he mentioned, this was the first I heard of it, that he bought the board as a return board from Amazon. So I happen to have the exact same board here. So I put the board I had into his machine, and he needed a cooler. So I put a Mugen 5 Black Edition on there and just charged him for the parts. It was like $90 for the board and $60 for the heatsink. It was $150. And then I covered the shipping back to him. That just went out yesterday because I had PhotoRay do the cable management on it. And that was in that Corsair 4000D case.
I like that one. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it turns out Bob Connors, another person who sent their machine in, sent me a brand new 4000D in the box, never taken out. So we'll be seeing another 4000D in a build. Could use something like this in there. Although the 4000D can take a full-size ATX board. This is going to look a little bit small.
Is that considered a mid-tower? That's still considered a mid-tower
well, it's definitely a mid-tower. It's an ATX case.
Right.
Yeah, any ATX case is going to be a mid-tower. There's no way you can get that case to hold a board this big to be smaller than the board. Right. So you're always going to be at a mid-tower minimum on a full ATX. You have to go to micro ATX cases to get that down, and even then it still might be considered a mid-tower. The range of height on a mid-tower, I'm not sure, but I think it's around a foot before it becomes a full tower. It might be 8 inches, I can't remember. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows. But anyway, Rod has never seen that computer work. And he had a Windows 10 key, and he provided that to me so I could activate his Windows and got it all installed, drivers updated, Windows activated, all the optimizations that I do. But I had to put 21H2 on there before I shipped it. So when he gets it, he should be able to just plug it in and start using it. And he was super excited. So I think that's due to arrive on Monday. Speaking of the Windows keys, some people have noticed that they're all out of stock over at CDK Deals,
Okay.
which is who I promote here. And they've gone through sort of a revamp. And so now there is a new CDK Deals website. It's VIP-CDK Deals. And I have updated the links in many videos, not all of the videos. I have to replace all the links. But in this video today, you'll see there are new links that point you to Windows 11, Windows 10, Office 2016, Office 2019, Office 2021 that are all there. Use the coupon code CAREY so that you get 30% off. It's only 30% off until the end of the month, and then it'll go to 25% off. So you can take advantage of that deal. And if you use my coupon code, not only do you get that deal, but they get an idea of how much business I bring them. And that helps establish a value to what I'm worth. So in any event, it'll save you some money. The product keys are all legit. Nobody has been able, I have challenged everybody and anybody to show me those keys because there's a lot of accusations flying around. And some people have said, just to address this and get it out of the way, that I said in the past that I wouldn't use those keys. These aren't those keys. That's what people don't seem to understand. I addressed why I wasn't promoting keys like that from sellers. And this company was like, what are your concerns, right? Nobody else stepped up to the plate. Even other YouTube content creators just said, I'm not going to justify it. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. I don't care. Right? That was the response I was accustomed to. So this company reached out to me and I started asking them questions. And I said, provide me a couple of keys. Provide me an Office key. Provide me a Windows key. Let me run them through my own tests. And one of my tests is just hold the key for a couple of weeks. Don't use it, because I find a lot of these other sales places, you have to use the key right away. And while it's a good idea to use the key sooner rather than later, just for the sake of, if you do have a problem, 3 months down the road after you've purchased it, but you never used it, they're going to say, hey, that was 90 days ago. We don't have customer service for a purchase from 90 days ago. You know, Best Buy isn't going to do that. You have a return period. It is what it is. So best to use your product key or any other product you buy within your return period so that if there is a problem, they'll help you. And then the other issue is once you've installed it, can you reactivate it again on the same machine? So I tried that with Office, where I activate it, remove it, wait a week, put it back on, use the same product key, activates instantly again. It's only if you change the hardware that the product key won't work. So this is all legit, and I've run a couple other tests on it, and I found no other software seller to be that transparent about what they're offering. And furthermore, they guarantee it, and I guarantee it. So as far as any concern about legality, it is 100% legal. It is legit. And they've been in business for years. So how could they be in business for years without Microsoft suing them by now, right? So clearly it's all legal. And furthermore, you have peace of mind, because if there is a problem, I'll take care of it. But you've got to let them know first. Give them a chance. If there's a problem, people make mistakes. And if they fail to resolve your problem, you let me know and it will get resolved. I guarantee it. Mike Smith had recently purchased some product keys for Microsoft Office right when this transition was happening. And he only received half of the product keys he ordered. So, and Mike's an impatient guy, right? So Mike emails me and he says, I used your site to buy the keys and I only got half of them. I said, well, give it to the end of the day, right? And then I started thinking about it. So I reached out to my contact over there, and Mike had sent me his order number. I said, one of my viewers ordered a bunch of keys, got half of them. Can you help us resolve this issue? And they responded back. They said, tell your customer no worries, they're going to get their keys. And then almost 2 minutes after that, Mike Smith emails me and says, you're the man, I got all my keys. So I will step in if that needs to be done, but it's very, very rare. That it wouldn't have happened, but Mike had just purchased right on the cusp of them shutting that down. And I think they were in the process of moving everything over. But I'm just assuming, but the timing on that right? It was like, I don't know how often Mike's buying keys, but he just happened to buy a key like that day where they were perhaps minutes or hours away from switching over. So anyway, that's all good. And, you know, Mike is using the keys. He's using them he's tested them and run them through verification and knows they're real.
Can I get a Windows XP key? Just asking.
Pretty sure you can Google that and find all the Windows XP keys you want. It's not like
Vista? No, all right.
Yeah, you
For my Wayback Machine? All right.
Absolutely. I'm sure that won't be a problem. They might pay you to take it.
Right, yeah.
So new updated links are in the video notes. RoboForm is now at 60% off. Woo! Yeah, that's a heck of a deal. For new customers only, go to roboform.com/carry. No coupon code.
I use it. Love it, love it.
What, is there anything else I can shill for? No, I use these products myself. So if I wouldn't use it myself, I don't recommend it to you guys. Okay, that's my rule. Now, should we get to building?
Ooh, yeah, okay. Wow. I'm ready. All right. Arthritis. I'm old. Leave me alone. Okay.
You said it.
Yeah.
Well, how much of today's work are you going to do? All of it?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to do all of it?
Stand back, Uncle Carey. All right.
All right, where are you going to start? We're going to let Mitch figure out what he wants to do first.
You must prep the board first.
You must.
This has never been used.
Never been used. It's brand new.
One owner, only driven by a little old lady from Pasadena. No.
It's a B560, which I've had for a couple of months, so it wasn't old enough to be used.
All right.
Oh, by the way, while we're talking about this, I'll share this information.
Ooh.
If you wanted to do the traditional 8-year build with a cheaper board, this is the B560 HD3. These are on sale at Newegg for $89.99, and the regular price is about $110.
No Wi-Fi.
No Wi-Fi. No, this is just like the B460 that you've seen me build or seen us build in other videos. This is just the 11th generation version of the board. So it's got all the same video outputs and the things that I like about the B series boards from Gigabyte with the familiar BIOS that I'm accustomed to. It probably has that weird, awkward mounting hole in it, I betcha. I don't know yet, but we'll focus on these in the future. But these are the budget boards that I recommend here. This is a full-size ATX board, unlike a micro ATX board that Mitch has. Then the micro ATX board, as you can see, even the box is quite a bit smaller.
Yes.
Right? It's a couple inches shorter. And this has Wi-Fi built into it. These do not have Wi-Fi. But this is also about $170, and these are right around $100, $110. So you'll see those in the future for the upcoming more modest 8-year builds. This is more of a high-end 8-year build, but it's not quite a high-end PC.
What do we have in the box here?
All right, we're going to go to the portable camera,
Okay.
wireless camera. Let's see, what is it? What's my wireless camera called? Oh, it must be camera 3. Let's try it. There you are. All right.
All right.
Come on up.
What do we got here? Is that an antenna?
That is an antenna.
And that's an anti-static bag. Hermetically sealed. Oh, yeah, it is sealed.
They like to tape it. Here, hold on. Let me get that for you.
Steady now. If I made it back from Mexico on a motorcycle.
Well, then you might be prepared.
Yeah.
Be around sharp things. Gary Tatum with a $20 contribution says, just a thank you for your effort in finding such great deals. I have an Amazon shop called Deals Now. If you go to amazon.com/shop/CareyHolzman, it's also a link in the video notes below this video. You'll see all the products I use are listed as it says. It's a whole shop called Products I Use. There's a link for production equipment that I want, and then there's a link for Deals Now. And I'm always updating that about 3 or 4 times a week with current deals going on at Amazon. You'll expect that to change as we get into the holiday season because deals are going to come and go pretty quickly as things sell out.
Speaking of that, did you hear about the two monkeys who share an Amazon account?
No.
They're primates.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That-
All
that
right.
was
Now, does this have a
pretty good.
Does this have a zip?
I don't know, does it?
Oh, yes, it does.
Yeah, we want to peel all the protective plastic off because it insulates and keeps the parts from.
I took my nails off for the show. Let's see.
Did you get a
Yeah, I don't.
mani-pedi?
Man, no, it won't come off. Help me here. Yeah.
Let's see. There's one. Where's the rest of it?
Or is that just? It couldn't have been.
I got to get my glasses.
Now we look like twins. You wish. All right. So I thought I saw plastic. Maybe that was the only. Not over here. It feels very plasticky. I don't know.
You know what? It says Aorus right here. And what I found is manufacturers like to cover their logos in plastic. Like they say that everything else can get scratched up,
Okay.
but protect the logo. So let's see. There's a logo here. So does that mean there's plastic on it? No, there isn't. Maybe that's all it was.
Okay.
Well, that wouldn't have mattered if you'd have left that on. I'd still remove it because, OCD dictates such. Well, this has a USB 3.1 header right here. So if your case has USB Type-C on the front of the case, that's what plugs in there. And that's your traditional USB 3.0 dual header right there. We've got a M.2 underneath the heatsink and then a second M.2 down here. Guess which one I'm going to recommend we use? That is correct. You want to do that first?
Indubitably. All right. Do I need my number one screwdriver, or what is it?
You will need the JIS driver, and you're going to need the razor to cut the box open. All these are brand new parts. They've never been used before. So you will see Mitch having to cut the tape on the boxes. One of the reasons I do this is to show...
Let me cut away from us.
Well, remember, there's two sides to a box, right? Notice this side has a big label with information.
No good.
Don't cut that side. This side has a much smaller label. And all you gotta do is cut that. But the reason I show this is to show that, how many parts do we get that are DOA or damaged? And you'll see it's pretty rare. Planet Cryos with a $5 contribution says, "Hey, Carey and Mitch, hope all is well, and glad Mitch is back safely."
Ah, yes. And let's see, it comes in a plasticky thing.
This is why Mitch doesn't work at the nitroglycerin plant anymore.
I know that. Don't bend the plastic. Don't bend. Oh, it just sits in there.
Yeah, you're thinking of RAM or those cheaper NVMe drives that I struggle
Very
with.
nice.
Yeah.
Ooh, 2 terabytes of loveliness.
And you know what? This is just PCIe Gen 3 by 4. You can get a Gen 4 by 4 that runs nearly twice as fast, but the difference is you're getting a point of diminishing returns. It's milliseconds in most cases, unless you're an extreme user.
Magnetic screwdriver. I'll bet this has a thermal tape. You are correct, sir. Beautiful thermal tape on there that we'll set aside. Where is our notch? Oh, I see it. Yeah. Notchy, notchy. Very tough to see. Notchy, notchy there. Did I do it right? I didn't do it right. Too much caffeine. All right. I'm doing it, but the gold fingers disappear. Diving board city. Now let's see. Go ahead and peel that off.
Yes.
You're quite amused at me. All right.
Go show it on the camera. There.
Okay. And then you've got this nub in here. Goes right here. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah. Just like that, I think. Check my work.
Looks good.
Doesn't look like it's all the way in. But
No, it doesn't go all the way in.
no.
Just goes in as far as it needs to. It's a pretty shallow screw. You shouldn't have to be turning it that far. Can you see through the heatsink that it's lined up with the standoff behind it?
You better check.
Let's take a look at it and see. I can't tell from that distance. Let's bring a light in here and take a look-see.
Yeah, that is very shallow. Maybe we have to screw the storage down and then put that, although that's...
How short is that screw? That's awfully short.
It's very stubby.
It is. That screw's way too short to do that. I'm confused.
So what else is new? All right. Yeah, that is very short.
I mean, you lined it up good here. You can see that the thermal tape is holding the NVMe drive on, and it's lined up well.
But yeah, that's a very short screw. Would there maybe be a different one in the box? I don't know.
I am a little bit confused. Yeah, there's no way that screw can reach. So there must be a different installation process. Let me take a look here and see what they've done. Something's different here. See, now that brings it, doesn't quite bring it where I need it. It actually looks like it's sitting, like it's on an angle. It's sitting like this. Do you notice that?
Oh, it's on the vertical. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So it looks like this piece has to come off.
Ah, okay.
However, I might have to pull the PDF up and take a look at what the online manual says regarding the installation of this M.2, because this is different. This is different from what we're accustomed to. So I'm going to take a quick look here. I'll just go to Google and I'll type in B560M Aorus Pro AX manual. And the first site that Google should bring up is the PDF file. And I'm going to just scroll very quickly to the M.2 section of the manual. And I should be able to share this with you guys on the screen. Let me try that. Okay, and we'll turn off camera 3 for right now. So you can have a break there for a minute. And we'll take a look at what's going on in the manual. So I'm just going to scroll through, and I'm looking for the M.2 instructions. It should be right up here, right here. There they are. If needed, tighten the included standoff into the desired mounting hole. Well, it's okay. Press the M.2 SSD down and use the included screw to secure it to the connector. Replace the heatsink and secure it to the original hole. Remove the protective film from the bottom of the heatsink before replacing the heatsink. Press the M.2 SSD down and then use the included screw to secure it. It's saying to secure the M.2 with the included screw, but if you do that, then how does the heatsink secure? Now I'm confused. Let's take a look in here. That's a standard little screw. Let me make this.
Should we look in the motherboard box? I don't know.
Locate the M.2 connector. Unfasten the screw on the heatsink and remove the heatsink. Remove the protective film. Locate the proper mounting hole, but that's the same place where the heatsink was screwed in. And then use the included screw to secure the to the connector. And then replace the heatsink and secure it to the original hole. These are the same hole. I don't see anything discussing that. Let's go back to camera 1 here. I was looking in the chat thinking somebody was going to say something use the same screw to secure the two things. The screw's not long enough, it won't go all the way through. And because of the little stand on the heatsink, it's the M.2 drive is sitting crooked. So maybe I'll just experiment with it. This is why I don't like instructions, by the way. They're often, for me, not very helpful. So I'm going to just experiment and try and figure this out on my own. That's not even the standard 5mm. It's smaller.
You need your green.
Yeah, I need the green engineer pliers. I love these things. These things are awesome. From Japan. There we go. So this is a little standoff piece that with this piece installed here, it's causing the SSD to sit a little higher. So right there would be the proper height for the SSD. Now if you set that in, you'll see it's probably going to be level now. There you go. Level. Much better. But now the problem is, I see. Now you're going to take this piece, this little piece is going to screw down on top, which I don't know how you're going to do that. They don't give you any enclosed tool for this. Let's see if we can get a close-up on what we're doing here. This is very unusual, very different, and not very friendly. You know, Asus has that new Q latch. And everybody's going to love Q latch, and I'm sure other manufacturers are going to copy it. But if you Google it or look here on YouTube, it's just, there's no more screws on installing these M.2 drives. You set it into the socket, you push it down, and instead of a screw, you have a little plastic piece you rotate about half a turn, and when it rotates out, it locks the drive down,
nice.
Holds it down. It's genius. It's completely toolless. All right, we're going to go back to, we'll go back to the wireless camera here.
Camera 3.
There we go. All right. So let's get a close-up here. And I'll try and demonstrate what we're doing. So this little standoff right down here.
Want me to take this out?
Nope. This little piece
was attached, yeah.
And so what we have to do is put this piece back.
We had to remove it and then put this.
It's nice having an extra pair of hands, tell you that. We'll just start that. Now this doesn't have to be very tight. I will tighten it, but you really don't have to. And the only reason I'm giving it just a little bit of a tighten is so that when we put the screw back in here, that it won't back this off and take it out. So now you'll slide that in.
The notch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting some really weird video distortion on this.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that. And that doesn't go in very far, but
right.
That's far enough.
Yep.
Okay, now just set it down.
Just set it right on top.
And now that screw.
Now that short screw should be fine. That's it. And now it's flat. It doesn't have that angle anymore. Yeah, thanks to the documentation for clearing that mess up. Oh, that was very strange.
I'm glad I figured it out.
Yeah,
okay,
me too.
So.
Me too.
Okay.
There you go. Back to work. I'm going to try changing channels on this wireless.
It seemed a little fluttery.
I'm going to move it to channel.
I thought I was having a stroke myself.
That's channel 4,
Okay, 4.
and let's move it over to channel 4
Okay.
there. And we might lose the signal here in a minute. Are you on 4?
That seems
It
steady.
still shows 8 here.
Oh.
Probably not something I should be doing live. Channel 4. There.
There.
Maybe. You're showing
Okay,
4 over there. Let's take a look and make sure we're on 4. Oh, there it goes. Now it's syncing. Now it's syncing
now
up.
it's
Give it
syncing.
just a second, guys. It'll return
4 and 4.
as it's switching channels. We might just be on a... No, it's
Ooh.
still doing it, isn't it? You're still getting that weird wavy... I don't know when this started, but it started recently. Anyway, not a channel problem.
Okay. Here's our CPU. Integrated graphics.
Yeah, most of the Intel CPUs, unless there's an F in the name of the processor, they have integrated graphics. The F means it does not have integrated graphics.
There we go. Okay. Oh no, not another orb. Okay. All right. All right. But this one has a
It's
thing.
the same plastic, isn't it?
This thing should have a. You.
I don't know how to open one. I thought you knew.
Okay.
Well, it
there's-
looks like there's something you pinch. You notice that right there?
Yeah.
So you pinch that one, or you push it down rather,
Okay.
and then
Ah.
now look very closely. It slides out. Did you guys catch the edge of that?
Ah. Very nice.
I mean, that's all they needed to send us was that part.
Yeah. Knife. Ooh.
All right, there's our chip right there.
There's
There's documentation with the Go Faster sticker.
Ah. Very nice. Okay.
And you get a close up, you can read the chip that we have here.
Beautiful.
Okay. You know how to do this part?
I must have a suction cup. Okay. So we've got our little bar here. I've been throwing out a better bars than this. We push down.
That was just last night.
Yeah. We push down and away. And lift that up. Ooh.
Now I've got some suction cups here that help with the installation of Intel processors. These are really cheap on Amazon. It's like $6 or something for all those. And just push it right on like that. And then you can just lift it up and hold it by the edge or the end of that suction cup.
I'm just kind of looking. Oh, there's the little gold.
Well, always remember that writing is going to face.
Yeah, right there. Am I right? You got your glasses.
Yeah,
on.
that's correct. That is a little gold. I don't know if the camera's picking it up. It's very, very tiny. Right here in the corner. See if it'll focus.
There it is. Yeah.
Right there. You see the little gold arrow?
Okay.
All right.
So
So
we have it here.
this is really jammed in there. You'll see I always hold the chip by the edges.
Mm-hmm.
You want to do it? You want me to do it?
You can just set it down in there. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, well,
Just like that.
yeah. And then I can slide this off now, or I can wait. I can just leave that on. And then when we lower this, it's going to force that plastic. So it makes it a little hard leaving that suction cup on. Just slide it off. Now you know what to do.
Yes. This notch must go under this screw, and there will be some force.
Use the force, Mitch.
Yes. Into the
Motherboard box.
it goes, which is right here, but we're not
Yeah, just set it aside.
set it aside.
Everything we're setting aside goes into the motherboard box. Keep everything together that way. You'll see that this motherboard has a built-in I/O shield. You know who was the first one to put a built-in I/O shield?
On their boards? No?
Yeah, Asus.
Ah.
We talked about how JJ likes to brag how Asus was like the first one to do like the metal surround support around the PCIe. They were the first to do the I/O shield, and how all their competition starts following them. So with that little Q latch and Q release for the GPU and for the M.2, I'm like, all right, JJ, let's test this theory and see how long it is before MSI, Gigabyte, and ASRock start doing it. Personally, I think it's awesome. It makes working on computers easier. Although I don't know how ASUS feels about it. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery, they say. But the Q release for the graphics card, you know, it's basically on the new 690 boards from ASUS. They have a button here that you push, and it's connected to this. So when you're trying to get a graphics card out, you know how I have my GPU removal tool?
Yep.
That would negate the need for that tool.
Oh, because there'd be a button.
There'd be a button, and it's just, all it is just a plastic button with a lever that's hitting the bottom of this. It's very basic, but yet, you know, we've been dealing this for how many years have we been struggling to get graphics cards out? Because the graphics cards are this thick, and then you've got a big heatsink, and it leaves almost no space to get down in there and hit that release. So having a button over here you push down, well, I'd like to see that adopted by all motherboard manufacturers. Now I'm just looking to see where the mounting holes are on this, and sure enough, it does look like
1, 2.
You know what? This may be just fine. The other hole was sort of in the middle between these two that I was complaining about. This looks like a standard ATX mount point. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That feels normal. So just this corner here doesn't have anything. Okay. What do you want to do next, Mitch? What do you want to install?
Mugen?
This will go in the motherboard box. You want to start with the cooler?
Okay.
You do that. I need to get a I need to get cooler and get a Gatorade.
I'm terrible at presents. All right.
Well, good. I didn't get you any.
Oh, here we go.
Ian Gooch contributes 10 pounds. Thank you, Ian.
Our fan.
Yeah, just find a place, set it down.
Another box of goodies there. Ah. I'm not doing because this thing won't.
Do you notice how this plastic right here?
Oh, didn't see it. Even with
Lay it flat. No, flat. Right? And then take these off each side. There you go. Now lift that, pull on it. There you go. He did it.
Ah. Okay.
For his next trick, we're going to teach him how to eat with a fork. Get the Band-Aids ready.
Yeah. How many pipes, Uncle Carey? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on each side. Yeah.
6 on each side for a total of 12, depending on how you count them.
Baker's dozen. Oh, that's 13.
Okay. And then there's your mounting hardware.
Oh, yes.
And while you're doing that, I guess I'll move this stuff into the box just to get it out of the way. And I always throw this plastic divider away. Well, actually it goes in the recycle bin. Why is there foam in there? Don't know, don't care.
Ah.
Yeah, they give you a real screwdriver with this cooler. This cooler sells on Amazon for $59.99.
Mm-hmm.
Documentation is simple, but because the installation is so simple, you probably won't need it. And then there's your mounting hardware for multiple different Intel and AMD sockets. So in this bag here, there's 2 sets of brackets. Now this applies to the Mugen cooler, okay? So these brackets that look like parentheses, Those are for installing on an AMD-based motherboard. We're not going to use those. These brackets here, these are used for Intel, so we need those. Now, Mitch has the back plate out where the screws are already installed.
And dampening the rubber, yeah. Stoppers or what?
Yeah, that's going to keep the metal from hitting the back of the board.
Okay.
And you can guess how that's going to go in.
Well, you got the two notches here, so we're going to lift up the board.
Let's do it this way. So the cameras.
1, 2, 3, and you probably want one of the notches like so.
Now, it will be a bit of a tight fit, so make sure you kind of try to get them all going in at the same time. And then just set the board back down. Now, this part here where you're getting the screws into the back plate, a lot of times other manufacturers require you to set this up with 3 possible different positions, and it's a real pain in the rear. This speeds up your installation. Also, the back plate is metal and not plastic, so I think it's just built better. It's easier to install, removes installation errors from occurring. Now, what Mitch is emptying into his hand right now is the other Ziploc bag that's filled with a bunch of spacers, thumb screws, and these long skinny screws. Those long skinny screws, put them in my hand. Those are for AMD, so we're not using those. Okay, those short little, is it in this bag? Yeah, you see these? These things right here? Yeah, this is for a socket 2000 Intel socket. Was that redundant?
Okay.
It should be 4. Everything should be in 4s. Okay, what you're left with is what you need.
Okay.
You'll notice on these spacers, one end has a rubber cushion, and the other end is just a hard plastic. So the side with the rubber cushion, that's going to go towards your board so you don't scratch up your board. And these, you're just going to push them down, and they're pretty stiff, but push them down till you hit the bottom of the board. And put all 4 of those on there.
Okay.
Now, those thumb screws that you have go on top. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, not yet. Now we put the brackets on. And the brackets, you see the release lever? You go right over the release lever. And there's a lot of holes in this bracket for fitting different socket types. So in this case, we want to use, I thought it was the lower, yeah, it's the lower hole here. And then have the other one face it so they're symmetrical. And now you put those little thumb screws on top and just take it as far as you want, and then we'll tighten it down with the included screwdriver. Nicely done. I think you've done this before.
Anyone can build a machine. Even you, Uncle Carey.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I've done it.
Yeah,
Video evidence.
Several thousand times. All right.
Pete Stern says, hello, Carey and Mitch in chat from Wisconsin. By the way, happy Friday. It is Friday. You know how I know it's Friday? You're here.
Tighten. I must tighten.
Yes.
I got it backwards. All right.
Well, that's nothing new.
Go. Okay. Till it stops?
Yeah, I'll double check your work. You don't really have to worry about over tightening those.
All right, muscles, tighten them up.
All right, let's just check your work here, see where you're at. Gone a little more. That one could have gone a little more. That one could have gone a lot more. You're way too gentle.
Yeah. Okay.
Feel that. Just give it a little turn. That's how tight I want them.
Okay. Till
No,
it's,
no tighter than that,
right,
because otherwise you'll bust the head right off.
But till it stops, definitely. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right when it feels like it stops and anything more is going to result in very little return, stop there.
Okay.
Now, do we want to put the heat sink on it? I guess we should, so we can test this cooler on this chip, because I've never done this before with this setup. But I'm afraid that once the heat sink's on here, trying to reach into this corner to get that 8-pin CPU power might be difficult. But I'll just have to keep that in mind. That's really an issue with the Corsair 200R case.
And you're fresh out. So.
Well, I've got one, still one left.
Okay.
But I'm holding on to it for business. So, all right, so we want to do the thermal compound?
It came included.
Okay, let me grab my exploration glove. My glove of discovery.
And do you think in this tube, based on this stopper, do we get 2 applications, or
You probably get about 3. I'd maybe 2.5. Because the plunger, they've got it covered with tape, but the plunger, if you look real closely, you got to look in this little slot.
It's not much.
Yeah, it's from there down. You can buy the Noctua, was it NTH1? You get a tube that's probably got 8 applications in it for, works out to about $1 an application. It's like $8. So what I do, and I do it a little differently than most YouTube channels if you're new here, because I'm a professional technician that has to take liability for the systems that I sell to my clients. I don't follow what some random enthusiast
That's
does.
more than a grain of rice. Just saying.
It depends. Is it brown rice, white rice, cooked rice, or uncooked rice?
Pea size. Okay. Boy, that's a lot of thermal compound.
Don't judge me.
Okay.
Mitch wasn't referring to a lot of thermal compound on the CPU. He was referring to when he opened the drawer to put the unused thermal compound back. He saw a lot of
sticks.
A lot of syringes in there that are, some haven't been opened yet. Anyway, this is how I apply thermal compound for my business. And the reason I do it, again, is because these systems are being sold to customers that I have to warranty and I am held accountable for the life of the system. I don't warranty it for the life of the system, but I'm hopefully the one they call if they have a problem. So I don't do this to please anybody out there watching. I don't care if you like it or you don't like it, and I don't care what your opinion is on it. I'm just simply showing you how a professional does it, and there's no further discussion.
And never put it on with this like you once did.
I did it once on camera.
Chat caught you though. They did.
Thank goodness they did, because I'd been trying to figure out why my temps were so high. So that's just there to protect the surface from having any dirt or debris or oils from your skin on there. And then you notice how one side of the screw sticks out and the other screw is underneath the heatsink, right? Mm-hmm. So the side that sticks out, that's going to face towards the RAM, right? This is where the RAM sockets are.
Okay, here. Okay, and it's
camera down.
And it's going to go like that. Okay,
camera down.
Ooh, okay.
See the RAM sockets here?
Yeah.
So that screw that sticks out on the heatsink is going to go towards the RAM, and just gently set it on top. Just kind of eyeball align it. Looks good?
Not really, but
no, it's fine. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just start this side because it's easy to see.
With your glasses.
Oh, yeah, I got to put my glasses on to see it. It's a weird angle to work on so the audience can see. But I just want to get it started, just a couple of turns. Not too much.
It is spring-loaded, though.
Then up here at the top of the heatsink,
up there,
there's a hole. And that's why the screwdriver's included. So we can go through here, get it aligned to that screw, and get it started. Now, once this starts, I can turn it quite a bit more, but I don't want to go all the way.
Right.
I want to come over and try and balance tightening it equally. Take this side down a little further. Then come back over here and then take this side down a little further. So I got to catch up with how far I've taken it and take it a little further. You definitely don't want to use an electric driver. So that just came to a dead stop. So now that means I can finish this side off here. And this will come to a dead stop. So you absolutely know you can't take it any further than that. That's it, it's locked down. That's the installation of the heatsink. We just have to put the fan on. So the last bag that's in the kit of parts that come with the heatsink are these little fan hangers or wire hangers.
And they include 4.
Yeah, so there's 2 per fan. You can add another fan on the back if you want, but I think it's a waste of time because there already is a fan at the back of the case. So these are 2 of these are extra. You can put them away if you want to add that second fan. And what we're going to do is this fan where the supports are, this is the side air is coming out, and we want the air to go through the heatsink, so we have to face these brackets, these support brackets, this way so that you can see that center logo spinning. And that's going to match the orientation of your rear case fan. You're going to see that fan spinning with this part of the fan at the back of the case. So all the airflow is moving towards us. I'm going to keep the airflow the same. But I don't want to hook it up with the cable up here like this. It's going to be ugly. So when I install this, I want this power cable coming out towards this side. If we can lower the camera a little bit. So where it connects onto the CPU fan header, somewhere over here. I can't see it, but that's the idea. And it does result in the logo being completely up. If you notice the back of the fan, it's actually going to be upside down. Right? I'm going to turn it this way, okay, so that that cable comes out this side. So to do that, I take these little wire hangers, and they just kind of click in place here. It's not really a click. It's more of just a tight friction fit. And we do that to both sides. Now, once that's done, it's a simple matter of aligning the fan. If you look at the top of the heatsink, there's these little grooves, and the fan's going to fit right in there into those grooves. And if I lower the fan down, it hits the top of that mounting screw, and that's as far down as the fan will go. And I pull back on these wire hangers. I pull back, and they will lock into each side in the fins of the heatsink.
Easy peasy.
Super easy. And now I can get rid of this wire tie. Would you take that off for me? And we'll grab a nylon zip tie and get that cable management out of the way, because once this is installed in the case, you will not be able to access that to clean it up. You'd have to completely take the fan off to do it. Step around. And so we're going to go to this connector right here, right?
Right there.
And that means the connector, it has grooves on it, and we need that side of the grooves to be sticking out. So when I cable manage this cable, I want it in such a way that I don't have to twist the cable, right? If I do it right, I shouldn't have to turn or twist the cable. So I'm just eyeballing it. If I fold it up like this, I get rid of the excess. I stack the cable on top of itself for a cleaner look. We'll just grab a nylon zip tie. These are 4-inch nylon zip ties that I use. You'll see I don't tighten it all the way. I get it where I want it. Then I tighten it. And then the same, I'm going to do that over here. Keep sliding on me. Now that's where I want it. We can cut off the pigtails here. I like these angled cutters from Italy. They're my favorite. Keeps me from cutting into the cable by mistake. So now all I have to do is align these grooves with the connector. And that's that. Now we have the RAM to put in, and then we can test fire. What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
So what do we have for RAM there?
Beautiful 32 gig. Is this, I can't read.
That's Team Vulcan Z RAM. It's very aggressively priced, and I've had really good luck with it.
DDR4 30 something.
Probably 3200 would be my guess.
Okay. Yep. 16 gigabytes of stick. This plastic always, oh, does it have, oh, very, very nice.
Yep. And just pop it. There you go.
Oh, there's,
Well, there is a little tape there. I forgot about that.
what is this going for? You said,
It's about $50 for each 16 gigs. That's a 32 gig kit, so that should be just under $100. Memory prices right now, that should be about, if you're looking for non-RGB RAM, just regular RAM,
lifetime warranty.
should be about $50 for 16 gigs. So 32 gigs would be 100 and 64 would be 200. That's sort of the ballpark range when I'm shopping for RAM currently in November of 2021.
Must have a go faster.
Yeah, you got to have the go faster sticker.
And then you want to, yeah, bend the plastic, don't bend the... That pop right out.
There you go.
I'm getting better. Okay.
Now, right up here on the Gigabyte board, they don't really care. Some manufacturers have a recommendation as to which socket to use first. I want to say with the Gigabyte boards, either use the whatever socket you start with, skip one and do the next one. So for us today, I think I'm going to go ahead and put in one here. See if I can do this backwards and blindfolded. It feels upside down to me. Let's turn it the other way. They both feel backwards. First of all, I'm going to get my glasses. I want to come over here by the camera and see if I can't get a better look at what's going on. I had it right the first time. All right, so I'm going to go in here, and that sets it in very gently, no force. I can see, even though it says force right there, no force until we know we're in the track. And then I'll use my thumbs, push down one side, and then the other side.
And you can't put it in backwards because you got a notchy. You know?
Yeah, it's what we call keyed. It's a little off center. But now that I've got the first one in, you know, the sides look different. This side has all the details on the RAM.
Okay.
And this side just has the logo. Obviously, we want the side with the logo out. So once you get your first one started, you just copy that same orientation with whatever you have left. Now, it will work if I set them side by side here. Well, not like that. But if I use the next socket, if I were to put this RAM module so that these were right next to each other, we'd still end up with 32 gigs. But they'd each be in what's called single channel mode. Dual channel means that it's going to use both RAM modules at the same time, essentially. And there's two channels, because there's 4 sockets, there's 2 channels, and the channels are separated by a socket. So with Gigabyte boards, when you're putting a pair of memory modules in just one pair, they want you to use channel 1 or channel 2. So this puts us on one of those channels. I'm not sure the documentation will tell us, but now we still have the same 32 gigs of RAM, but it'll work faster because it's in dual channel mode. And you can Google that to learn more about it if you're more of a technical person who'd like that explanation. But for saving everybody else's sanity, I won't get into it. As I mentioned, you can build a computer wrong and still have it work. So even if we installed the RAM wrong, you would still, if you weren't technical, you wouldn't know. It'll say single channel when it boots, but you may not notice it, and you may not notice any performance difference because you're likely upgrading from something older. So even if you built this completely wrong, it's still going to be faster in most cases than what you upgraded from. So you have nothing to really compare it to know if it's slow. So that's the good news. The good news is there's a lot of tolerance in having things not installed correctly, that the machine will still work. We could have the thermal paste installed wrong or no thermal paste at all. It'll still work, just won't work as well. Now we're ready to test fire. So
smoke test.
Yeah, we'll just grab a power supply here. I've got a couple power supplies laying around. This one's like 430 watts. And you know what? That's, believe it or not, probably twice the amount of power that we need for this system.
Okay.
However, I still recommend 500 watts or more. I just have that one laying around, so we'll just use it.
Okay.
And then I've got to hook up a power switch, so we'll be able to turn this thing on and off. So I have just a power switch here. I buy these off Amazon just like this. They're like a package of 2. So when I want to work on a motherboard outside of a case, I don't have to short out the pins by hand or risk scratching up the board. Let's see. Power switch goes there. You got the big 24-pin motherboard power connector with the little clippy clip faces out towards the edge of the board. You're going to align that and then push it down. It clicks into place. Then we have just our 8-pin CPU power cable right up here. That is a GPU power connector, not a CPU power connector. See how it's 6 and 2? A CPU power connector will be 4 and 4. So this one's 4 and 4. It also probably says CPU on it.
Indeed. Mm-hmm.
So once again, clip facing out, although on some boards, clip sometimes goes in. So watch where if you're working on a different board than I am. So we're just going to align. I'm holding both 4 pins together. See that? I just pinched them together. And then I'm going to align that without using any force. I'm just gently trying to seat it. There it goes. Once it's starting to recess into the socket, then I can use force to push it down and hear it lock into position. Lastly, we need a keyboard, mouse, and monitor, and we can turn this on. I'll grab it, Mitch. I'll grab it. So what I will do, so if we come around this side, right here, you'll see this motherboard has DisplayPort out and HDMI out. So it will power 2 monitors. They both can be used at the same time. I like to use I like to use HDMI. And then I just need a keyboard and mouse, which I have right over here. Let me hand that to you. Will you turn that on for me? And this too. And then we'll just plug this little wireless dongle here, and this works for both keyboard and mouse. Just like that. And we're ready to test fire.
Smoke test, very exciting.
It's pretty quick. That went together in no time. All right. Oh, I have to give power to the power supply, don't I?
I was just waiting.
Yeah. Well, we've got the power supply sitting on the power connector face. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, give that a little rotation. We'll give this, I always move the switch to off on the power supply. Then I move the switch on because sometimes if there's a short circuit, the motherboard will just power on.
Yeah. Will it or
We're at a
won't
good
it work,
start.
chat? What do you think?
Here's the launch button, and I will come over here, and we're going to select, let's go back to camera 1. Okay, and we're wireless camera is now off. And then we'll bring up the HDMI input, and what we'll do is we'll put ourselves in a little corner. All right, and there's our Elgato capture card telling us it has no signal on that input. It's on you, brother. 3, 2, 1, launch. I see the CPU fan spinning. It's dead silent. You wouldn't know what was spinning. I don't see any lights coming on this board, so it doesn't look like we have any LEDs on the board. We have a diagnostic LED down here on the corner that's lit up. And oh, I see an LED just came on right down at this bottom edge.
Okay.
And there's our post screen already. We're off to a good start. Now it's restarting because it's training itself. It's training the CPU and RAM and accommodating for what the BIOS has to be set for that to work. So it'll set that and then restart on its own. And there may be a BIOS update for this too. We have to check that as well. So there we are. We're in BIOS, looks like F3. So let me just do a quick Google search for, once again, B560 Pro AX. That should just take us to the generic product page from Gigabyte, and it does. And I'll go to support, and then I'll scroll down to BIOS. And the latest BIOS is F8. Wow, that's five versions. Well, it shows the first BIOS is F5. Am I on the right board? B560M Aorus Pro AX.
Yeah, gaming.
It only shows
motherboard.
3 BIOSes, F5, F6, and F8.
Huh.
Very strange. So I'll go ahead and download F8. And it downloads a zip file that I extract. And then I'm going to copy just the BIOS itself onto this little flash drive I've got. We'll put it right here in the streamer to copy it over. Where is it? There it is. So we'll copy the .f8 file. It's the largest file in that zip package, so it's easy to identify. And we just need that one, and we'll copy it over onto the flash drive. That's done, and I'll close these other windows out. So now that that's done, I can pull a flash drive, plug it into any USB port back here. And
Give it a minute, because it may think.
we'll go right over to,
Q flash.
yeah, Q flash right here. So right up here it's saying F3, isn't it? Or am I?
Yeah.
The screen is
F3.
so small, it looks like F3 from
Three.
here. Let me make the screen bigger. It definitely says F3.
Yeah. B560M.
So we'll go to Q flash over here, or F8 on the keyboard. Hit update BIOS. The only storage it can see, because the M.2 drive is unformatted, it can only see the flash drive. Double click on that. It says, are you sure you want to update the BIOS? Yes. And then everything seems to freeze up for a minute. It needs to verify that BIOS is for this motherboard. And it gives us that summary right here. Model name, BIOS version, date, model name, BIOS version, date.
Okay.
All right. So now, if these didn't line up, it won't even let you get this far. It'll say this isn't the right BIOS for this board. There's lots of different versions that have, there might be, for example, a B560 Aorus Pro without the AX. So you could easily see how you could accidentally
Get the wrong one.
get the wrong one by just a couple letters, right? So that will not flash in that instance. So don't force it. You got to ask yourself, what did I do wrong? And then double check the model number and the support page. I've done that. In fact, I continue to do that on a regular basis because some model numbers are so similar from some manufacturers. So anyway, this one checks out. All I have to do is hit start. And now we just leave it alone.
No touch.
So while we're waiting, if you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask. Is this a B560 or a B560i? This is neither. This is a B560M. I would that last letter that comes after 560, M would be micro ATX, I would be mini ITX.
Okay.
So the physical shape of the board, the size of the board would be, if it had an I in the name, it would be a short little mini ITX board. M in the name, micro ATX board. And that's always, at least with Gigabyte, at the end of the model, at the end of the chipset model. And that's from Jay in the chat room that was asking that.
And you've never had the power go out while doing this?
Never.
Ever? Yeah.
Never. Mm-mm. I haven't had the power go out here, as far as I know, ever. If it's happened while I've been asleep or away.
Mm.
And the only time I would know is if the clocks are flashing 12. But most of these clocks I've got in here now, like this one here, I left this unplugged for 3 weeks. And when I plugged it back in, it still had the time.
So it, yeah, must have
On the
some
big
sort
blue
of
clock, the show clock,
Okay.
I unplug that at night because it's so bright.
Yeah.
And I plug it in the morning. It keeps the time accurately. But the way I used to be able to tell is I'd wake up and, well, the stove has a clock on it. So the stove clock would be reset.
And microwave, yeah.
The microwave doesn't have a clock on it, oddly enough. Or if it does, it doesn't default to that.
Correct.
So it just sits at 0. But anyway, the only way I typically know when I have a power outage is if the clocks are flashing. Yeah, it'll say 12 o'clock or something. But I haven't had to do that in a long, long time.
No, and we were lucky this summer. I had a couple of quick, where it kind of went like
Brownouts,
that.
yeah.
But not to
Well,
where
those
it-
brownouts can be worse because they surge.
Yeah.
Yeah, those can be even worse. All right, so looking in the chat, let's see if we have any questions for folks. If you want, and if you lived in an area where you suffered a lot of power outages, a UPS would be a good investment, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it anyway.
Those things are big and heavy though with the battery.
Yeah, they got a lead acid battery in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they have to be replaced like a car battery. Whether you utilized it or you didn't, they just start to go bad like any other battery.
Every few years.
About every 3 years, yeah. 3 to 5.
Be cheaper to just buy another one, right? Than replacing the battery in it.
The problem with replacing the battery is, first of all, you can get a lot of Chinese knockoff batteries, which, could start a fire or have no warranty. But then you got to figure out how to properly dispose of the battery you have.
That's right.
That's the heavy part. Now, I know some places, I think like Home Depot, take back batteries for recycling. And it, of course, depends on where you are in the world. But yeah, you're not supposed to just dump that into your trash can.
Just shut off and kick back on.
Yeah, again, we're hands off on this, folks. We're just going to let it do what it needs to do. It may turn on and off several times. We're on our first reboot here. And when it's done, we'll know because it will return us either into the BIOS or we'll get a no bootable device found error message.
Blackwatch, was Mitch wearing a sombrero on his trip to Rocky Point? No, actually, the weather was particularly warm, which was very odd for mid-June or mid-November. And so it was a little warm. So it was basically riding around, and I would just do a long sleeve t-shirt and my helmet, of course. But yeah.
You'll see we've been waiting an awful long time for anything to happen. The fan, I was just checking to see if the fan is spinning. Be patient, because you can cause a problem if you interrupt this process. Now, if it goes on for like 10 minutes like this, I'm going to be concerned. But, give it a good solid 3 or 4 minutes.
Like that.
There it goes, see? Patience. I think if anybody ruins their BIOS, it's because they thought something was wrong because they were impatient and they created a problem when there wasn't one if they'd have just left it alone. So it's like, what do they say? Stop picking at your scab or it won't heal, kind of a thing. So yeah, we're now seeing BIOS version F8 right up here in the corner.
Yep.
And that's it returning us into the BIOS like this is our verification. The BIOS flash is done. I can remove the flash drive. I will erase that file. So this remains a blank flash drive. I like to use a small flash drive. This is just 2 gigs. It's very old. I don't care how fast it is.
It serves a purpose.
Because some motherboards won't see a drive larger than 4 gigs. So this is formatted in like FAT16 or FAT32. And I only put 1 file on it at a time so that when I'm going to load the BIOS, I don't have to make a decision. It's the only file on here. Once I'm done with that file, I can go ahead and remove it so this drive is blank again. You'll see I even put a label on it. It says BIOS. That's its life now. But the older the board is, or the bigger the flash drive is a situation where you're going to plug it in and it's going to not see anything. And that's why. Smaller flash drives work on all systems. Bigger flash drives only work on some. Since it's a small file, and since performance doesn't really matter, boy, I wish I could go back in time and get more of those 2 gig flash drives. But a 4 gig one should work. Even an 8 gig one should work. Once you go above 8, and you have to change the format, or is it above 16? You have to go into like NTFS or exFAT. Then it may not read it on older motherboards. Looking into the comments, Rick Lakes mentions he takes his battery to Batteries Plus. Yeah, they're a nationwide place here in the U.S. for batteries. And he says they charge a little bit, but worth it. Yeah, well, that's all they do are batteries.
Eric wants to know, Mitch, how was your ride? Well, from Phoenix down to Puerto Penasco, better known as Rocky Point.
Did you just swear?
Yeah. Rocky Point, that was about 4.5 hours, and it was nice to ride with a guy who's very familiar with the road. And then we had his girlfriend in his pickup truck, and we actually brought along a ramp. So if either motorcycle had a problem, we could put it up on his
Look at you
truck
guys. Oh my gosh.
and lash it down.
You're really roughing it,
So
huh?
that was very prepared in case, but both bikes were great.
Hold your story for just a second, because I'm
Okay.
about to start a Windows 10 install.
Ooh,
so
there
that'll
you go.
give you time to elaborate. This is the latest 21H2 I recreated.
Oh, yeah.
Just you follow the same steps in my, how to create a free Windows 10 installation media. It's the product key that costs money. Anybody can download and install Windows 10 totally free, and the download is available from Microsoft. And I may just update that video, but essentially if you go to Google and type in download Windows 10, the first link that appears from a Google result is Microsoft's website. And you download the media creation tool, and you can make a DVD or a flash drive or save the ISO image. In any event, this is a fast flash drive, so I want to use one of the faster USB ports so my installation will go faster.
Now, normally, should we turn this off, or that doesn't hurt that it's still running?
Yeah, USB can be plugged in
Okay.
or unplugged while the power's on, no problem. And I want to load the optimized defaults on this new BIOS just to make sure we're going to be okay here. So I'll click load optimized defaults, I'll click yes, and then I will save and exit like that. Now, again, there's only one thing it can boot from, and that's that flash drive.
Okay.
Because the M.2 is still not partitioned, still not formatted. So it should just automatically start loading off the USB flash drive. And then I will continue to go through the options the same way I always do, so Mitch can share your story uninterrupted.
And someone asked Mitch, have you done the iron butt? What the iron butt is every year you ride your motorcycle to various points and get a stamp, but it's 1,000 miles in 24 hours.
Whoa.
Yeah. So it's...
How many miles an hour do you have to drive to do 1,000 miles?
I don't know.
I don't
but
have the calculator.
But the guy I rode with has done it twice. And
10 miles an hour would be 240, so 40 miles an hour would be 960. So about 45 miles an hour has to be your average.
And I'm much too old to literally ride for 24 hours and stopping at the 6 or 8 points to get your ticket stamped or whatever. But you do get a nice kind of a license plate holder that says that you did complete the
Why don't you just buy the license plate holder on eBay and say you did it?
Right.
Who's going to know?
So there you go.
There's the
yeah.
2 terabyte drive.
Yep. And I was told that Rocky Point, either you love it or hate it, that there is absolutely no in between. I was kind of on the fence, but I adored it. And I actually,
You like it? Was that your first time there?
That was my very first time there, and I actually looked at some condos.
I saw the picture that there's one picture you posted.
Mm-hmm.
You're such a sharer.
Yeah.
Boy, it really looks like you're in a really poor town. Looks a little rough.
It was, it certainly snaps you into reality where you're driving up to the border and you're leaving America, and literally, when you cross, there's no doubt that you're in a third world country because the road.
There's some people out there that will say we don't call it that anymore. It's a underdeveloped nation
country,
or a
yeah.
developed. It's a developing nation.
Yeah.
It's the same word. They like to take some of the emotion out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a developing nation. And you notice that as soon as you cross the border?
Yeah. But the roads, for the most part, were good. I mean, I had the brand new tires, and I just wish it wasn't as warm as it was riding because I had a full face helmet, but I did have music going, and I filled up with gas right at the border. So then the 2 or 3 days I was kind of driving around and was...
How far of a drive once you're in the border? How many miles?
I'm going to guess 60.
Oh, that's
60
not
to
bad.
7, yeah.
Now, in the chat room there, Cord Oliver says, Mitch, me and my brothers are going to do the iron butt, and I'm 60. So he's telling you you're not too old to do it.
Oh. And nothing says that you have to complete it, but it's 1,000.
What's the point?
1,000 miles in 24 hours means you're driving the 24 hours.
Why would you start it if you weren't going to complete it?
Right.
I mean,
right. Yeah.
yeah.
Is there a price for it? Can you let me know? I mean, there must be a cost. I mean, to do it.
Yeah,
but,
those awards don't pay for themselves.
No, those license plate holders. Yeah.
Tim Compuripo. Carry any AMD builds coming up in the future. All the AMD builds I've got right now require GPUs. Everything I've got requires a GPU.
And those are scarce as hen's teeth.
Well, right, again, I can get the 1650s. It adds $300 to the cost. If you want to see a build, order it from me. Everything you're seeing here, for the most part,
are customer builds.
They're customer orders. This is not. Every once in a while, we do something for the channel. But every one of those 8-year builds I've shown, inevitably somebody says, hey, have you sold that? And I'm like, no, do you want it? And they're like, yeah, yes. How much is it? And it's the cost of parts. I don't charge any labor, and I don't charge any shipping on those. I'm just like, I want to get rid of it so I can keep things moving here. So if you see something on the channel you want to buy, reach out to me. You already will know the price. All you have to do is look at the list of parts in the show notes and add it up. Whatever it's selling for at Amazon or Newegg, that's what I'm going to sell it for. And then, like I said, this is for the U.S. only. I cannot ship to Alaska or Hawaii. There's too much shipping cost and risk of damage. But to contiguous United States, and then anytime we ship to another country, it runs into all kinds of import fees and tariffs and stuff, which I can't control. And it could be upwards of half the price of the computer, which we won't know until it arrives in your country. So I don't even mess with that anymore. It's too upsetting to people, and they want to blame me for it. So rather than upset anybody, I won't do it. And that's why. But yeah, if you see a build like this one, we haven't picked a case for it yet. So like I said, case and power supply, super easy decisions that you can make. 500 watts or above with a power supply, modular, non-modular, whatever. If you wanted to change the RAM out to some RGB RAM, you could do that. If you want to put a liquid cooler on there, you could do that. It's very versatile, and this is just showing you what's possible for a basic build that's not going to break the bank. The most expensive part of this build is the CPU. And you could change it to a lesser, less powerful, less expensive CPU, and it'll probably work with 10th gen as well as 11th gen on this board. But do check the support on the board to see what CPUs will work on it, just to verify. There may be some 10th gen that don't. It just depends. In general, you want that 500 series if you're going to buy an 11th gen Intel CPU to take advantage of what it can do. Putting it on a 400 series board, even though it may work, isn't going to work as well as it will on a 500 series. So let's see, let me finish up this little part here. So United States, US, skip. So you looked at condos out there.
I did, yeah. Yeah. 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. I stayed at a wonderful complex called, I'll give them a plug, Las Palomas.
Oh, yes.
And just beautiful on the second floor. Just the view of the Sea of Cortez. Beautiful. And everything so inexpensive. I mean, I was getting a bottle of beer for $3. Can't
would it be Ortez if it didn't have a C?
Sea of Cortez. yeah.
Why are they emphasizing the C in Cortez?
Didn't go in because it was pretty cool, but when the tide went out in the morning, I walked on the beach. That was very nice. And yeah.
Did they tell you you had to put your clothes on?
More than once, yeah.
So it's not the freewheeling place I've heard about.
Yeah. No. And then last Saturday in the morning, my buddy and I put our bikes kind of in just a contest of, who had the best looking bike. Had a few people really like mine, but then after that at noon, there was a kind of a parade 20 miles through town or whatever, and it was all the motorcycles side by side, 2 by 2, and I'll bet there were 7,000 bikes in that 20 miles and just going and people waving.
Was it loud? With all those bikes,
I had earplugs in, but
that was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
Did you ever take them out? I said, did you ever say? He's getting old, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah. And certain, that photograph that I showed you where we were overlooking, certain guys would come through there and do, burnouts of there and loud, and they put down water with soap in it, so you get it going. And that was a bit loud, having a cocktail and watching, but all kind of weird looking bikes, mostly Harleys. I was pretty amazed that it was mostly Harley Davidsons. So
I want to verify we're in UEFI mode here.
okay.
So I'll just type in MS info 32. Brings up system information, and I want to check right over here. Right over here. I'll bring this over so you guys can see it. It says BIOS mode, UEFI. See that?
Yep.
So we are in UEFI mode. Now that we're done with the install, I'm going to go ahead and pull the flash drive, and I'm going to plug the internet in.
Okay.
If I had the internet plugged in during this time, it would have forced me to create a Microsoft online account. I like offline local accounts. My customers, if they choose, if someone, whoever gets the system, wants to sign in with a Microsoft account, this doesn't change that option. They'll always be able to set that up after. So there's the internet. And we shouldn't see too many updates because this is the latest update to Windows 10.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get some of this out of the way. This will promote itself. Now, whenever we're dealing with a brand new board, it's quite possible that the drivers for the network card are not installed automatically. So you notice on the bottom right corner, we have the globe here.
Not connected.
So that's telling us that it doesn't sense our built-in network card, but when we were installing Windows, it offered us Wi-Fi connections. So whatever they're using for a Wi-Fi network card, the drivers are in Windows 10. But whatever they're using for the built-in network card,
Okay.
hardline card, the Ethernet adapter, that driver did not load automatically. So what do you do when that happens? We've covered this. Do you remember?
What do you do?
There's a couple different ways we can do this. One,
Can you write?
that Wi-Fi adapter, that USB I showcased, it's like under 20 bucks. That requires no additional driver. Windows 10 will recognize it.
Okay.
So if this didn't have Wi-Fi, having that, if you had one, just
Right.
plug it in, connect to your Wi-Fi. Or, since this does have Wi-Fi, it is loaded and we can connect to the Wi-Fi. When it goes to Windows Update, it'll probably grab the right driver, but it can't do that right now. The third option is if the motherboard has a DVD in there, you could load the driver off the DVD, but we don't have a DVD drive, although you can buy a USB version, one of those too. But let's just say we don't have any of that. What I can do is go to Gigabyte's website. So remember, we were at the website a moment ago looking at the BIOS.
This is Aorus, not Gigabyte.
Aorus is a model of Gigabyte, in the way that a Taurus is a model of Ford, right? So Taurus, Aorus.
Okay.
All right, so looking under the drivers section of the downloads, if I look under LAN, there's going to be an Intel i225 LAN driver. Now the i225 was the one that Doug Betts and myself had that, Doug had a viewer contact him and ask him for help.
Okay.
And he had trouble with his LAN driver. So if I go to, let's turn off camera 1, and let's go back to the window capture, and you'll see I'm on Gigabyte's website here, right? There's my URL up there. Under downloads, under drivers, and then there's audio drivers, chipset drivers, LAN. This is the Intel i225 LAN driver. And then this one down here, well, this one says Windows 11 and Windows 10. This one says Windows 10 20H2 supported. It looks like this is a newer version.
Okay.
This came out October 6th. This one came out January 25th. So even though this one says 20H2 supported, I believe 20H2 is supported here, and that this one replaces this one.
Okay.
So I'm going to grab that one. I'll hit download. and it downloads this zip file. And I'm going to go ahead and extract the zip file, which just creates this awkwardly named folder. I'm going to take that folder, I'm going to right click on it and choose copy. Now people at home aren't seeing these windows, Mitch, so but then I'm going to take my flash drive, and once again we can go back to camera 1 here. So I'll take the flash drive, plug it back into the streamer. Now this is great if you have an extra computer or laptop or something, or a friend's computer you can borrow. And I'm going to delete that BIOS file off of there. So that's empty now. And then I'm going to paste that entire folder that we just downloaded onto the flash drive. It's a pretty small file. It's a series of files less than about a meg, less than a meg. So now that that's copied over, I'll take that out and plug it in over here. And the camera's in the way, can't see. There we go. So when this comes up, I'll say I want to open the folder to view the files. There's this awkwardly named folder we just extracted. Double click, and there's usually a setup. Now you notice there's no setup here.
Right.
So what do?
Click on the biggest.
Well, no, in that case, there's no executable file. So what you could do, you see this one that's got the weird little icon? Right click. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Sometimes an install option appears here. There is a PDF file that will explain how to install this. I don't know why it says Intel Confidential. That doesn't seem right. This is a little more complicated than what I was expecting. Usually there's a setup, but these are the actual files, the driver files themselves. So what you can do is right click on your start menu and go to Device Manager. See that? We'll left click on Device Manager and it says Ethernet controller right here.
Okay.
See all of these things with yellow exclamation points? They're
not loaded yet.
They're drivers that are missing.
Oh.
But in order to get these drivers, we have to get them from the internet. And in order to get the internet, we've got to get the Ethernet controller. So I'm going to double click Ethernet controller and I'm going to say update the driver. And I'm going to browse my computer for drivers, and I'll browse to, we should be able to browse right to that flash drive. Yeah, right there. The flash drive is, I named it BIOS, but then I'll click OK. Oh wait, there's probably a folder in there I have to click on too. So BIOS, yeah, there's the folder. So one click there, click OK, click Next, and that's it. We're already done. Okay, so now that what used to say Ethernet controller is now recognized for what it actually is, and you'll see it recognizes the network now. We're done. So I'm going to click No here. We'll close these two windows out. We're done with the flash drive. We can remove this flash drive now.
And now our globe is back to the TV screen. Yeah.
Right, so now we've got a connection. That's correct. We'll go to Windows Update, and as I was mentioning, we shouldn't see a whole lot of updates now because this is 21H2. I was hopeful that 21H2 would have this driver already built into it, but apparently it does not. So I'll hit check for updates and we'll see how many updates are waiting for us. I'm going to guess there's going to be some .NET framework stuff.
Okay. Quite a few.
Well, remember it's going to grab drivers too. See, like it's grabbing the Intel display driver, the Intel networking driver, the sound driver, systems. So that's a lot of that stuff that had yellow exclamation points. So these are really small files. They'll download really quickly, except the display driver's big.
Okay.
So we'll let that run. And then I want to delete the files off this flash drive so I don't confuse myself in the future. So while that's running, I'm just going to hop over here to the streamer and delete that and make sure that my flash drive stays empty. So I realize that can be a bit of an intimidating process, but it's a quick process. And that's the way we used to load all drivers back in the day. We never had Windows install anything for us. You kids today, you got it made. So that's really no big deal from my perspective. And again, if we just plugged in, if we just hooked up to the wireless and went to Windows Update, you'll see Windows Update is downloading the driver for us anyway. So yeah, we're still downloading that big Intel display driver. It's over 500 megs to download that. We'll turn back camera 1 back to the on position. There we are. So while we're waiting, if anybody else has questions for us, we'll be happy to address your questions. Or if you did you have more to your story? Anything exciting happen?
No, it just went to a lot of places to eat and
What kind of food? Is it all Mexican food?
drank more than we almost went to a big steakhouse, but
Almost went.
almost went, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You thrill seekers.
But I saw too many cats walking around.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's when you see fewer cats
Yeah,
walking around, that
yeah.
would be a concern.
But, great. Had lunch at this place called the Lighthouse, way up on top of this hill, and, beautiful view. And there were people, where the boat tows the parachute,
paragliding,
and
parasailing.
Yeah, 2 people were on there, up pretty high, and there was a 2-seater with the engine, with the wing, paragliding, I guess, or something. That was kind of interesting, and
You didn't do any of that?
didn't do any of that. No. Yeah. But I do want to go back when it's not. There isn't.
There was a lot of people there for this event.
15,000 bikes, and so.
Did you feel safe the whole time?
I did. Yeah.
You were walking around at night and stuff?
Even at night, yeah. I mean, again, we were mostly in bars at night, but
So pretty much the same as when you're here.
yeah. But we didn't drive; we just cabbed around. So
Probably a
from
good
place to place. So
Yeah. Wow, the resolution got really tiny. You can tell the display driver installed. Yeah, there's a cumulative update there. And
that's the one that takes.
why is the resolution so tiny? What is it set to?
When was the last time you
It's
had?
in 4K.
When was the last time you had an eye exam? Okay.
Where's
Oh, is it just
1920? Yeah, it's in 4K.
Okay. Oh.
1920. I mean, we're full screen and I can barely see it. There, that's 1920 by 1080.
Oh.
That's way better.
So it kind of clicked over to 4K. Just went click.
When the driver loaded,
Yeah.
it loaded the 4K
Okay.
because it's a 4K monitor.
Mm.
So when I did that, I lost my update screen. It's still running in the background. It just, because it's part of the control panel stuff, the window replaces it rather than, I wish it didn't. I wish it opened a separate window, but it doesn't shut it down. It just kind of hides it from your view. Ben Stroud with $10 says, I remember the days when with Windows XP and even Windows 7, you had to install the drivers. If memory serves me correctly, I think Windows 8.1 was the first OS that installed drivers automatically. It's depending on what the driver was. To this day, you're still going to want to install your own GPU drivers, right? If you have a discrete NVIDIA or AMD card, and you're a gamer, you want the best performance possible. You can't rely on Windows Update to provide the latest drivers for quite some time until after they're released. So people are already familiar with doing that. Certainly gamers are. But this network thing throws a lot of people. And I'm hoping that by demonstrating this process and telling you 3 or 4 different ways to do it, one of those ways will be preferable to you, or easier for you to understand or to execute. For me, my preference is to just use another computer, download the file, extract it onto the flash drive, just as I demonstrated. I don't want to use the files on the DVD because they're old. If there is even a DVD, they pretty much are stopping including those.
Right.
I would connect to the Wi-Fi, but because we're broadcasting live, I don't want people to see me connect to it and enter the password. Otherwise, I would have done it that way too. Again, the only reason I did it is because I'm broadcasting live and everybody would see it.
I kind of like having a little Wi-Fi dongle. I mean, I so rarely use
They're
it.
under $20.
But on that rare occasion when you need it, you're glad that you have one of those USB Wi-Fi dongles.
They're wonderful to have
Yeah.
as a backup.
Yeah.
They're USB, so I've demonstrated it in a video. I think I've got a few of them here still. I had I bought like 4 of them. They're under $20 each, and you don't have to load. The driver for it is self-recognized. Where did I put it? I know I have several of them, Mitch. Did you take them?
All of them, yeah.
I knew it. Gotta watch.
Paul Baxter says, my motorcycle days are over. You end up in a box. Well, the good thing is my friend and I that were riding our motorcycles rode behind his girlfriend who was driving his big pickup truck. So I kind of felt quite safe behind a driver and a big pickup truck that I was driving. Ooh, that's right.
So it's not the fastest, you know.
Yeah.
But it's a single antenna. At the end of the antenna, there's a USB plug. You plug it into any USB port of a desktop or laptop.
Yep.
Whether or not it works on a tablet or a TV, I have no idea. But for Windows-based, Windows 10 especially,
Yep.
Desktop or laptop.
Will it focus? Yeah. Probably
Let's
not.
go to camera 1 there. Put it right in the middle of the screen. There you go. Now it focuses. And turn around the other side. They can see the back of it. Towards the middle. There you go. And it'll focus. Hold it steady. Those are under $20 on Amazon. And they're just wonderful to have around in case you need a Wi-Fi device. Maybe your LAN cable stopped working. You're not quite sure where the problem is.
Yeah.
Something like that helps in diagnostics. It's very inexpensive, and it's not like it's going to go bad if you don't use it.
Mm-hmm. I'll block you. Okay.
And no instructions. Just plug it in like a flash drive. Give it a minute for Windows to load the driver. You're good to go.
And then of course they have the little teeny ones. You know, that are about,
The range on those isn't very good.
that are about this big.
Yeah, the little nano
yeah.
Wi-Fi adapters that have no antenna.
Right.
Or the antenna's built into the
Right.
little nub.
Yeah.
John Wilson with a $50 contribution.
Hey.
John says, I hope you all have a great weekend and a happy Turkey Day. Well, thanks, and same to you. Appreciate it very much. There's Bob Connors with a $15 contribution.
Hey,
Bob
Bob.
says, I remember days when I used to sleep nights instead of the day. Here's another donation for my tardiness. Have something to drink on me again. Well, be tardy more. I'm thirsty. Thanks, Bob. I got Bob's system nearly ready to go out, too.
Ooh.
And Bob's the one who sent us that 4000D, brand new in a box, never been removed. We might, I'm thinking about putting this in there, but I don't know. I'd almost rather use a smaller case since it's a smaller board.
Okay.
All right, let's see where we are on the, oh, it's ready to restart.
Yeah, that was quick.
And while we're restarting, I can resize this window a little bit here. Mossad Yasufi says, I'm from Afghanistan. Wow. I don't think we've seen many
Viewers,
people
yeah.
from Afghanistan in here. Welcome in.
Trinidad.
Jason Wyrick wants to know if the wireless dongle is listed in the video notes. I didn't know I was going to be talking about it, so it is not currently, but it can be added. But if you just search my YouTube channel for wireless, you'll see there's me holding it with a $20 bill.
Oh, that's right.
That's
yeah.
the thumbnail
Yeah.
that was shot over at Studio A.
Yeah.
I can add it. And
Boy,
Vernal Thompson joins us from Trinidad.
Boy, that boots up fast.
It's pretty quiet too, although we have to run Prime 95 on it just to see how it's going to perform. I just want to make sure we get all the updates first. So you see, I just keep getting updates and going back and checking for updates. You notice it says this PC can run Windows 11. That means probably the TPM is enabled or the PTT, which I'll probably want to go in the BIOS and disable that. I want this to tell me it can't run, so it won't install without, it won't install sneakily. Is that a word, sneakily? I just made it up.
You'll win at Scrabble. Sneakily. Yeah.
Russell Stewart says, I need to update my BIOS. I already have Windows installed. Do I just select the flash drive after getting into QFlash? Will it go back into the BIOS or boot into Windows? It will boot into Windows when it's done. The reason it didn't boot into Windows for us is we didn't have Windows installed.
And one of the machines you helped me build, I can't tell whether it's an AMD or not, I forgot, but that one, you can do it via the internet, which is pretty slick. That's
But
nice.
I've seen that where it'll say you have the latest BIOS, and then you go check and there's a newer one where you have to do it manually. Sometimes they lie.
Okay.
So I think we did a video on that too, if I recall. I demonstrated that. Or at least ASRock did. So, all right, let me get rid of camera 1 here so I can see what we're doing. So this is updated. So the last thing I want to do here is I've got my utilities flash drive right over here. And I'm going to install VLC. It's an open source media player for music and movies. If VLC player won't play it, you probably have a virus or a file you don't want. If it's a media file and it won't play on VLC, that is a warning.
Yep.
Anything that says you got to download this codec to see this file, it's nearly always a virus, so stay away from that. And if I scroll down here, I'm going to grab Uncle Carey's Windows 10 Optimizer. Now, these have free updates. If you bought any of my utilities, let me close this out here. Get rid of that. You bring the utility up, in this case, the optimizer, and right here it says options. Check for updates, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Click it. It verifies no updates are available. You'll see there are check boxes for everything that needs to be done and solid squares if it doesn't need to be done.
Okay.
So I just hit apply. You don't have to change anything. You'll see access denied there. That's normal. It's turning off indexing. And then in just a minute, it's going to want to reboot. We click yes. When we come back, you'll see we'll have the My Computer icon on the desktop, not a shortcut. The difference with a shortcut, if you make a shortcut to My Computer, if you right click on it, you don't get system properties. You get the icon properties. So this puts the actual My Computer icon on the desktop. You'll see it says no signal on the screen. That's because it's rebooting. There's our post screen. And let's see what our boot up time is. It should be impressive.
Fast. Yeah.
It's loading the video driver right now. That's what I'm guessing it's doing. There it goes. And then we'll see that initialize and become that little screen here in a minute. It reopened up the window because we closed it with the window open. The little yellow exclamation point is pointing out there's some issues here. I'll just dismiss those.
Okay.
Oops. Let's go back. Dismiss, because I don't like seeing the yellow. I like a green check mark down there. Now, this is interesting that it hasn't registered on the internet yet.
Okay.
And that's a little worrisome. Sometimes it takes a minute. Other times you need to unplug the cable from the back of the computer.
Plug it back in.
And then plug it back in, and then that might, I don't know, register it. That's a little concerning. Not sure why that's not connecting, but this was similar to the problem we had displayed on Doug Betts, displayed on his channel. And the way Doug solved it is he went to the My Computer icon, go to Properties. Sorry, that's the old school way. That's a couple versions back. Right-click the Start button, go to Device Manager. Find that network adapter, right? Right-click and uninstall device. And then delete the driver software and hit uninstall. Now up here, this icon right here, it says scan for hardware changes. It's going to find that network card that we just deleted. Right there, Ethernet controller. And now we need to download, put the driver back on it, because it appears the driver it received from Windows Update, this is this i225 issue that we've been talking about. So, and I already erased it off the BIOS flash drive, so now I need to put it back again. So bear with me for a minute. I need to, got ahead of myself apparently. I thought I was done with it. It was too
There's a
optimistic.
screen. It connected.
Oh, it did connect.
It
I
just
was
connected.
impatient.
Yeah.
Why did it take so long?
I don't know.
So it did load the...
Oh,
wait a minute.
now it went back.
No, sorry, we're looking at the streamer.
Oh,
Yeah. So over here on the streamer
yeah. We're looking at
is
it.
what we're looking at.
Yeah.
So apologize for the confusion at home. But I still have the file in my downloads directory.
There you go. Copy.
So I just need to copy that folder, which is right here, back over to the BIOS. Back over to the BIOS flash drive. I didn't finish that sentence, sorry. So now I'm going to take it and plug it to get rid of this utilities flash drive. Let's dump that and plug in the BIOS flash drive once more with the driver. And we're going to do this one more time, which I hope is the last time, unless Windows Update tries to replace it again. So, close that. Ethernet controller, update driver, browse my computer, go to the flash drive right here, click the folder, click OK, click Next, done. Close. It's all working properly now, and this will turn into the little screen here in just a second. I'm going to unplug the flash drive because I'm done with that, hopefully for a while. And look, it's still not giving us anything. Let me dismiss that. We might not have had a driver issue this whole time. It may be that the router is not distributing an IP address to it. So what I will do is completely unplug the Ethernet cable. Instead, before I unplugged it and immediately plugged it back in, now I'm going to wait about 20 seconds, 30 seconds. And then I'm going to plug it back in. This is not normal. You wouldn't have to do this every time. And now let's see if that works any better. Okay, one other thing, since I'm a pretty impatient person, that should have connected by now. I can let it sit here and be a little bit more patient, or there's one other thing that could help. And in fact, Blackwatch in the chat room is already there. That's to shut the computer completely off.
Okay.
So if I shut this down,
Okay.
shut it down completely, that's still not off. I want to make sure that people understand that what we're doing right now is, even though the machine is off, there's still power going through it. So we need to cut power. The easiest way is just pull the plug and then hit the power switch. That'll drain any additional power that sits in the capacitors. Just press it and release it. Now we can plug this right back in. Now, do you want to place bets on whether or not that network's going to work now?
It's going to work.
That's probably all we needed to do. I probably did not need to remove the driver and replace it. This is probably what I needed to do. It's been off long enough. Go ahead and turn it back on and let's see what happens. Let me put us back in the corner. Will you do that? Go ahead. We're taking bets, folks. What do you think? Is it going to see the network this time? And remember, a true cold start, you have to pull the power cable and leave it out for a good 20, 30 seconds. Minimum. Okay, so we still have that globe, but hold on, give it a second. Still on the globe. That should have loaded by now. While I'm waiting, I'm going to bide my time by just removing some of these icons because they drive me crazy. Still nothing?
Nothing.
Well, I have to see how those bets are going to pay out in the chat room. That is not working. So I know the cable's good. I know the router is good. I could always try plugging it into a different port on the router. I could try a different cable. Although I'm convinced all of that would be a waste of time. I think it's just we're back to a driver-related problem here. Interesting.
Where's the other end of that Ethernet plugged into?
It's going to the router.
You sure? Positive? No.
Yeah, it was just working a minute ago.
Oh,
Why would
okay.
that have changed? In the chat, there's a contribution that just came in from what happened to my video? Oh, I see. I don't know how that window went away. I must have bumped a key or something. Took me right out of the chat room. Got 530 people watching us. There we are. And if you enjoy the content, you can let us know by clicking the like button right over us. Click, just like that. And if you enjoy the content, you can subscribe by hitting the red subscribe button and be sure and hit the bell to turn on notifications. There you go. Then you'll get alerted anytime we go live or have new content. Well, this is not working. This was the problem I was trying to recreate, and I couldn't recreate it. So I thought, oh, I guess this problem doesn't exist. Ordered this board, didn't think about what network adapter it had, and wrongfully assumed right out of the gate that 21H2 would have the driver built in, since 21H1 did not. Yet the driver still doesn't exist in the latest build of Windows 10. And the network card driver itself, or it's the network card hardware, Intel has acknowledged this as being a problem and has a workaround for it. And I don't remember what it is. I have to go back and look at Doug Bett's video, or just a Google search on the i225 driver. Here, Chris Garrett says, Carey, Ken Stout, his cousin Eddie is on his way to Fresno, California to visit Doug Betts in his RV. Next week, he'll head to see Ken. I hope he does not empty that toilet in the sewer. Okay, all right. Now, Zvi Manor is suggesting we did not leave the power unplugged for a long enough period of time, which is possible. Let's go ahead and let's shut it back down. Just tap the power button once and that'll cycle Windows off. Just tap and release. Okay, now it's going to shut down, and we can go full screen here on camera 1 again. Now go ahead and unplug power from the power.
Turn the switch off?
No, just pull the power on. It's fine. And let's let it sit for a minute. And while we're waiting, we'll go back into the chat. And give it another 30 seconds just to be sure. There's no reason to panic. Whatever it is, we're going to fix it. I don't know the solution yet, but I will find it. I always.
But while we're waiting, my friends, it's now time.
Oh, no. I thought we had the joke of the day.
No, for corny joke of the day.
I thought we had that with the two monkeys.
Oh, no, no. Let's see. Okay. Why is the garden stinky?
Why is the garden stinky?
Because the gardener pooped his plants.
Fertilizer. Oh, I see. I see. It's, I don't know. I think,
it's a good one.
I think the first one was better.
Yeah, so do I.
I got to tell you.
Are we ready?
Yeah, go ahead and plug it back in. Sure, why not? Okay, and hold on, let me minimize this. Yeah, go ahead.
Fan spin on the CPU. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, if that works. Teslas do not, this is from BH Ringer in the channel.
Okay.
Teslas do not have a new car smell. Instead, they have Elon Musk.
I'll give you one. That's one. Yeah.
Still a globe. Still not recognizing our network. Very, very interesting, isn't it?
You broke it. That's
I
okay.
don't know
That's
what's
okay.
going on here.
You don't? Well, you should.
That's interesting. Let me, I could plug it into a different port on the back of the router, but I know this network card is known for what we're dealing with right now. I don't know which cable it is. Is it this one? Yeah, we're not going to be able to find out. There's two cables it could be, and if I unplug the wrong one,
Yeah, don't do it.
it won't be pretty. Yeah, so I know it's not the router. There's something going on with the network card. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll show you how I'm going to fix this.
Uh-huh.
They're asking what the device manager shows now. It showed it was happy before, but let's take another look just to verify that hasn't changed. Okay, so I'll right click on the start button and go to device manager. And then the network, everything's happy. There's no exclamation points. Under network adapters, it says that the Intel Ethernet i225.
What's the?
So you want a V2. V2 fixes the problem.
Why does it say 3? I'm just curious. In parentheses.
It apparently tried loading 2 other network adapters. There's probably, I'll show you in a minute.
Okay.
So under driver, it shows it's all working correctly. It's even a fairly recent driver, right? 6/15 of 2021.
Okay.
But yeah, if you look in, if we go to control panel, let's go to the old school control panel here. And then we'll go under network and sharing. We'll probably see 3 network adapters. Change adapter settings. Let's see how many are in there. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
See that? So that's why this one's number 3.
Yeah.
The Bluetooth is 1, Wi-Fi is 2, Ethernet is 3. That's why there's a 3 there.
Gotcha.
I'm going to right click and choose disable on the Wi-Fi, just so it doesn't have it as an option. And then an Ethernet, we'll go to properties and we'll make sure that that's not got an assigned IP. It wouldn't have because we didn't change it and we didn't load any software. So everything's going to be set to automatic the way it should be. So this is the problem that Doug Betts and I both worked on together. And I'm so glad to finally have it here so I can recreate this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the streamer so I can do a little Google search here for Intel i225V driver Windows 10. And it says there's a YouTube channel video called i225V workaround.
Okay.
For Windows 10 1709 on a Z490. So let's take a look. This is from a YouTube content creator called Dave Finito, all one word. And he's loading an Intel. Okay, he's saying that it won't load the driver for it. And he's showing how to manually do it. So that's not helping us. That's not what I'm looking for. Let me go to, here's a whole Reddit for people having i225V connection issues. Download the 1.45 firmware. Let's see if we can show this screen to everybody at home. Where did it go? What did I click on? Let's go back. Intel and board parts pretty miserable distributing info about the potential fix for this. And this is what Intel claims should help prevent the constant link disconnects and poor performance. Download the 1.45 firmware and 1014 version of the driver in there. It's from Asus. Uninstall the old drivers, run the firmware in admin mode, shut down and unplug the computer for a bit, then install the new driver. Go to your adapter driver settings, disable power saving features, manually set speed and duplex. I don't know. Intel's claiming the 2.5 gig auto negotiation with certain routers can cause the problem. Well, that seems like, why wouldn't you start there? I think Doug Betts already did all this, by the way. Well, that's an easy thing to do, though. So let's go back over to full screen here. Yeah, I didn't think about that 2.5 gig auto negotiation not working right. That makes sense to me. Seems feasible. I'm going to do it the old school control panel way. Personally, that's my preference. And then network and sharing, and then adapter settings, and then right click, go to properties. And here we should be able to set our auto negotiation. Well, it's not going to be in here, is it? It's configure, advanced. Where's our negotiation? Should be in here somewhere.
Yeah, I just don't see
I don't
it.
see it. Speed and duplex. Let's say it's 1 gig full.
Okay.
Click OK. See if that makes any difference. It says network cables unplugged. It's not even recognizing there's a plug in it. See that? That's a key diagnostic piece of information right there.
Okay.
So we know the network cable's plugged in, and we know that, and again, this is mimicking nearly identical to the service that Doug Betts did and that I joined him on. So you have no idea how happy I am. Everybody else would be like, oh, I can't believe this is happening to me. And I'm like, oh, this is great. I love problems like this. This is what I live for. So going back to that Reddit article, it stated that we needed to download something from Intel. So let's head back over there. I'll share the screen again with everybody. There it is. I keep clicking on this there. So we want to click here.
Okay.
And it's downloading. That's nice that they did that. I thought it was going to take us to a site. And I'm going to extract these two files, where there's, looks like 2 folders. I'll right click each zip file and extract it. Ooh, doesn't like it. Okay, so there's the firmware update folder. So I'm going to copy the firmware update folder to the flash drive. And once again, we don't need to be looking at that screen, so we'll take that away. And back over to the streamer here so I can finish what I was doing. I gotta find where I downloaded it. Oh, here it is. There's the driver. Okay, that should be the folder there. Copy that over. And that should be all I need. I already have the driver, so as far as I know, it's the same driver. So I'm going to take that flash drive from here, plug it in over here, and then you'll see that appear on the screen here in just a second. There it is. So it wants us to uninstall the driver first. So let's do that. Let me make sure I've got everything else closed. Close that. So once again, I'll right click, Device Manager. We'll click on the Ethernet controller, right click, Uninstall Device. Check this little box that says Delete the driver software, and then hit Uninstall. Once that's done, I'm going to take this folder, I'm going to copy it locally just for safety. Okay. And we'll double click and then right click on install.bat and hit Run as Administrator. And then yes. I've never done this before. Bin file to update, make sure the QV driver is installed. Success, press any key to continue. Whoa. Checking to see if it exists on the system, copying, installing INF, processing INF. Total attempted 1, number successfully imported 1, installation done. You can now invoke the tool. Press any key to exit or to continue. Inventory devices, updating. The regular expression pattern is not valid. No devices to update config file read. I'm missing something here. Ethernet NVM update tool. The regular expression pattern is not valid. At line 1, character 1, replace this name with NVM version. All right, let me look in here and see what they're talking about. Interesting, it's in a SUSE setup file. Here's in an NVM update bat. Let's run that as administrator. That looks like the same exact thing, doesn't it? It says no devices to update. So does that mean we have the latest update already? Firmware update tool, standard operating procedure. Oh, good. That's all you have to do. Well, that's exactly what we did. We did all this. I wonder if we might have the firmware version of 1.45 already. So it's looking for this file, fxvl. Where is that file? Right here. What if we copy that, put it here, then run it as, whoops, didn't mean to do that. Right click, run as administrator, yes. It's not valid at line 1, character 1. saying config i225 text. Saying NVM image is here. Does that match the name of the file that we have? fxvl_15f3_asus.bin. It's saying to rename that to nvm_version. I mean, if you take that quite literally, I don't know. Wrong keyboard. I gotta go over here. Sometimes they mean for you to put the version in here. Does it show a .bin after it? It doesn't. Just NVM version is what it's saying to convert it to. It's probably what, probably doing this kind of a strange way, but as long as it works, I shouldn't have to do all this. I'm going to add the .bin to it. I just don't think it needs to be on the command. Config file read. So that worked. Config file read, no devices to update. Oh no, here we are again. The regular expression pattern is not valid. Where is it finding this? Now it's finding it under GC config, and it wants to replace it there. So let's go back here, and let's run this one instead. It's a little convoluted. We got a different error. Config file line 10, file does not exist. Where's it finding the config file? Config version parameter. So we have another config file in here somewhere. Where is it? Config i225. Aha, right here. NVM. Let's go back, do it again. Right click, run as administrator. Yes. Any key, any key. Okay, no errors that time. Right? Config file read, no devices to update. So that takes me back to device manager again. Let's close all this out before I confuse myself too much. Right click, no, down here. Right click, device manager. And let's refresh. It's going to load the driver. Ethernet controller. And it should go to Windows Update and grab that driver in the background. That's why it's not happening instantaneously. Or we can force it by pointing it to our local directory. Either way, if we're patient, either one should work. Double click it, update driver, browse my computer. Once again, over to the flash drive. Next. Somewhere in here, we should see the firmware version. No, it's not there. Details. It's not there. This is all driver information. Should be a hardware. I'm not finding it anywhere. Now, with the driver loaded, and I know this goes against the instructions, but I'm just curious if I run this one more time as administrator, since now it's in the device manager where before it was not. Will it see it? Because it said there was nothing to update. Ah, that's very different now, isn't it?
Yep.
So you have to have it loaded or it doesn't see it. Vendor, device, serial number. So we got a lot more information than before. Then it says updating. I mean, it's pretty quick. So let's go ahead and shut it down and unplug it like the instructions say to do now. So we're powered off. Go ahead and pull the plug on that for me if you would. And yeah, we'll go full screen back over here on camera 1. We'll see if that makes a difference. Now that, I wouldn't expect a home user to have to deal with that. So based on that, I can't recommend this motherboard right now until this issue gets addressed. Thank goodness I finally got to replicate that issue. This is the one I should be sending to Doug Betts. But Doug Betts and I are talking about another possibility instead of something little like this. Something bigger and beastier. So
there's a hint.
Let me look through the chat, see what we've been missing. Hey, there's Doug Betts in the chat room. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. The white-haired devil. And I mean that in the kindest way. Even though that's an ASUS tool, it's still the same network chip from Intel that Gigabyte is using and other manufacturers. It's the fact that it's the Intel i225V, that's the key component. Even though the tool is from ASUS, it still works, but I don't know why I had to rename it like that. But in any event, we'll just leave that unplugged a little bit longer before we do that. Daniel says on Intel's site there is a recent updater package for Win 10 networking. Could you share us the link, Danielle? You're blue, you can share links. Oh, look, Doug Betts responded with an angel. The devil in disguise. Blackwatch says Carey driver 1014 fixes it. That's what we had, isn't it? Isn't it 1014? 102.14, that's even newer. Let's copy this. What did I put on there? Let's see what's on the flash drive. 102.14 is what we're using, so it's newer than 101.14. So that should address it as far as software goes, but it doesn't address potentially the firmware issue. Go ahead and plug it back in. Let's turn it back on, and let's hope that firmware made a difference. I mean, it's saying it did a firmware update. It did it awfully quick. Stephen Kelly jumps in, says hello. There's the link from Danielle. Let's take a look. Intel Network Adapter Driver Windows 10. Oh, released on the 18th of October. That's new. So again, just to show everybody what we're looking at over here. There's the link up here. And then there's a zip file for Windows 10 family. Why are there two? Oh, this is an earlier version, 26.6. This is 26. Oh, this is 32-bit. No? Maybe? Yeah, this is 32. This is 64. 32 and 64. All zip files, 26.6. They're all 26.6. This is a lot smaller. What's the difference? Oh, this explains it. All right, so we want this one right here. It's 36 gigs. It's the biggest one, isn't it? Accept the license agreement. We're going to download that, and then I will extract that, and we'll copy it over to the flash drive. In the meantime, turn that off. And we still have the globe. We still haven't connected. Okay. So now I need to go to my downloads folder. Wired Pro Set 26.6. Let's copy that to the flash drive. Flash drive's getting a lot of use today. Sure beats burning DVDs and CDs every time back in the day. Yeah. You'd throw it in the trash and start again. And then you'd wait for it to burn. Yeah. Or you'd have to use the rewritable ones. You'd wait even longer for it to burn. So that's copied over. Let's take this and move it over here. Wired Pro Set right there. Double clicky on the EXE. Yes. Next. Agree. I've never done this before, but it's the same thing over and over again. This is obviously installing not just the driver, which is what we had before, which was a little tiny download. This is a 36 meg upload or download because it's got multiple drivers in it for numerous Intel network interface cards, including the Intel ProSet software, which we did not install. And we'll just hit finish here. Now we have the ProSet software, which they want you to use to configure the card, which was an option. So under Intel now, Intel, you should see ProSet. And this says you must have administrative privileges to use this utility. So that means we have to right-click, run. Well, it's not even more. Run as administrator. Boy, they don't want regular users messing with this, do they? It sees our adapter. And we look at speed and duplex. Still at auto negotiation. We're going to move that down to 1 gig and apply. See if that helps at all. Doesn't seem to be helping. Let's drop it down. Let's do 100. Apply. Does this tell us our firmware version? Driver 102.14. I don't see anything about firmware version being reported. What do you see? Oh. Identify adapter. Oh, that'll make the adapter blink on the back. That's if you had multiple adapters on the back of the motherboard. So that's for physically, visually inspecting which plug you're supposed to use if your motherboard has multiple plugs. So that doesn't help us at all. And changing the speed and duplex so far has made no difference. Let's drop it to 10 half. That's about as slow as you could go, just to see if that gives us any joy here. Tell you what, I'm going to set it back because it's clearly we're not going anywhere. I'm going to set this to 1 gig full, because that's what everybody's going to be using anyway for a while. And then I want to shut the whole thing down again. So we'll shut her down. This is fun.
I need a drink.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Gin or yeah.
Tequila.
Yuck.
It's good stuff. You're not drinking it for the flavor.
No. Speaking of flavor, I've never had one of your Gatorades.
Well, I only have like 75 of them, so don't drink them all.
Can I have one?
Of course. Take the big one in the back.
Lemon lime. Let's see what this is all about.
People are saying I had it at 10. That's interesting. They say that when I was switching it, it connected at 10. So there's definitely a negotiation problem happening. So we know the cable's good, it's plugged in, the router's good. It's something on the network card is just not liking it.
Well, here goes nothing.
What do you think?
Reminds me of paint thinner.
Paint thinner? You drinking that often? How do you know what paint thinner tastes like? How can that remind you of paint thinner unless you drink paint thinner?
Moonshine. No, it's good.
It's nail polish remover. It's very different. All right, let's see what happens this time. Does that show it's connected?
Looks to me like
It is connected.
You worked your magic.
Is it connected at gigabit speed?
Probably 10. Just kidding.
Let's go to control panel. I still do this the old school way. You're going to take away the control panel. You know, I'm going to have to learn how to do it the other way. But here's how I would check it. I go to network and sharing, and then right here it says Ethernet. Click on that. It should show our speed. And it does. We're connected at 1 gig, full duplex. So apparently just switching it required a reboot on top of that. So now we should be able to go to the internet and browse something. I don't know. Where can I go? YouTube? I typed way too fast. Yeah, it works. Interesting to see what recommended videos come up when you don't have a YouTube account. If you're not able to join the chat room, it's probably because you didn't create a YouTube account. You've got to sign in and create a YouTube account. If you don't have one, click Create Account. Then you can join us in the live chat room. And subscribe and be alerted when new videos are posted. That's how all that works, folks. Okay, so internet is now working. Now, what I would like to do is test the Mugen 5 and this 11900K to see how hot it gets. I don't want OneDrive. Go away. How do I get rid of that? There it goes. So I've got my utilities flash drive here. We'll plug that in. And then we'll go to PC testing, and I want HW monitor, and I want Prime 95 26.6. That's all I need from there. Take that out. Let's run HW monitor. Wow, this thing has a lot of cores. So 8 cores, 16 threads. I wasn't even aware I had that many. And then there's our temps here on the 8 physical cores.
Okay.
This is our current temp. This is the lowest temp since we started this program. This is the maximum temp since we started this program. And so the way I run it's not really so much as a benchmark as it is a torture test. So I start Prime 95, 26.6. And the reason I use 26.6 is because of these default values. If I use a later version of Prime 95, I'm going to have to adjust it to match what's on the screen. Select the blend and do 16, and then they should be defaulted exactly as you see here. Okay, so as long as all your numbers are the same, you should get the same results. It's just they change these default values in later versions of Prime 95, causing the CPU to run a lot hotter. So with that, I'll click OK. And I'll close this window behind us because there's no reason to have that. And I'll put this window on top. And I will start our timer. So we'll let this run for, let's say, 20 minutes or so. Usually run it 15, but we'll let it run 20. And what we want to do is we want to pay close attention. Let me move this over a little bit. I want to pay close attention to this row. And I don't want to see anything higher than 85 in the next 20 minutes, or I will be concerned that that cooler is not adequate. That's just my rule of thumb, at least on Intel processors. So we're going to be here 20 minutes, and this is a good time now. If you have any questions, we're happy to do what we can to provide answers or point you in the right direction. A little more information in there for people that want that. Okay, so yeah, that Carl says that was painful. It is painful, and it shouldn't. You know, if you're a first-time builder, this is not the motherboard for you. I would avoid any motherboard that has the Intel i225V. Intel fixed this, and it's called i225V2. So if you have the V2, you're okay. These weren't in a lot of motherboards. I got lucky because I really wanted one that had the problem. And what I was going to do was fix it and then send it off to Doug Betts to use it for a number of experiments to find out how this network adapter is going to live going forward weeks and months ahead of time. Are any Windows updates going to break it? Is it solid and reliable or not? It's kind of a moot point because it's already been replaced. However, there's probably a few thousand boards out there. Not a ton. There won't be millions, but probably a few thousand. And that little window where they were using that specific version of that chip, how Intel let something so basic get by them, it's not like they're new at this, seems a bit unforgivable. And hopefully with the new CEO, who is an engineer, by the way, he's not just an MBA guy, which is what Intel has had, these MBAs. This guy is a real engineer who's worked with Intel for, I don't know, 25 years or something. He left Intel, went somewhere else, and then they brought him back as a CEO. So now we have the mindset of an engineer in charge of making the business decisions at Intel. And I'm going to give them a pass because I don't think he was in charge when this happened. He recently was promoted to that, or hired into that position. And I like this guy. I mean, this guy, he's not just about the money and the shareholders. This is a guy who worked as an engineer. So I'm thinking this is a great balance for a company like Intel. And if anybody's going to save Intel, it's him. His name is eluding me right now, but I'm sure in the chat room they'll give me his name. When I worked at Intel, Andy Grove was the CEO and then was replaced by Craig Barrett. Then after that, I lost track of them. They've had about 3 or 4, 5 CEOs since then. But this guy, I haven't liked anybody since Andy Grove. And Andy was one of the original 3 founders. So when Andy left, and Andy was at our campus here in Chandler, so we saw him. He's a Hungarian, had that accent, you know, he kind of talked like Wolfgang Puck. Are you toasting a chicken? So the heat part of the heat sink, what were you washing your hands in the sink part? Is that what that was? $5 from Patrick Grissaw says, for the lovely camera lady, by the way, is she a juggalette? No. Thank you. No. Cheryl Wachowski contributes $5 Canadian. Thank you, Cheryl. If people don't know what a goth is that like an emo? It's its own thing. Kevin says, another boring build. Carey is better than Lunesta. But here's the thing I don't understand. Why are you here watching it if it's so terrible? Oh my God, this food you served me is the worst thing I've ever eaten. Second helping. Give me some more of this awful stuff I'm voluntarily subjecting myself to that no one asked you to. That's just rude. Rude. Let me talk to your mom or your dad. I want to talk to them about manners. What finishing school did you attend?
Do you got big plans this weekend?
Do I have big plans this weekend?
Dip in the pool? Mighty cold.
It's pretty cold. And the pools never look better. Go figure, right?
Yeah.
The summer, not so much. Now I got everything fixed.
It's just
vacuum's
crystal
working,
clear,
everything's great.
Yeah. Little brisk. Yeah.
Doug Betts says, you mean Pat Gelsinger? That's the guy. See, Doug Betts came in with the answer.
Yeah.
Pat Gelsinger seems like the man. I'm very, very hopeful that he's going to get Intel back on the track because, again, he's an engineer who worked at Intel, not just for a few days, for like 2 decades. So I'm really excited to see an engineer in a position that controls the direction of the company versus a money guy.
Speaking of the man, we have not seen Michael Dane today.
You're right. I haven't seen him today. Good.
Hope you're doing all right.
Duncan, he says, a goth is an emo with attitude. I thought the whole thing about emos is they have attitude. They're just sad. Woe is me. Goths aren't sad. I will say this. I went to a goth club. And nobody was like, you don't belong here. Like nobody, I've been to pretty much any club or bar you go into, there's like a subset of people that judge whether or not you belong there, whether you're one of them or not. And nobody did that. Like they didn't care. But very open and accepting community. They just like a lot of dark clothes and big shoes. And of course, there's a variety within that community, but for the people that do that, it's their thing. That's what they identify with. It's all about for me, it's about who a person is. It's not about what they're wearing. I don't care about stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of like the Kardashians, who are all about what they're wearing and how they look. I care about the person, who they are, not what they are. Not that they seem like bad people, but just Tim's PC contributes $5 Australian. He says, hey, Carey, listening while I work. Have a good one, guys. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate your support, your contribution.
So you don't mind someone who only wears Toto shirts? Hmm?
Well, that's a whole nother kind of guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are we doing on our temps? We're sitting at 64. We're sitting really low after about 8 minutes, it looks like.
Pounding, yeah.
And then what are we doing for, we're hitting 5 gigahertz. Just like we're supposed to. We're turboing up to 5.1 essentially.
Yeah.
I don't know the range on the CPU, but 5.1. I mean, we're a standard at 4.8.
That fan is spinning.
Oh, it's going.
It's going.
But I'll tell you what, it's still relatively quiet. We're still only at 64. I am curious, while this is running, I can torture it a little bit more. Let's torture it a little bit more and say
You're so
11.
mean. You're so mean. All right.
11900k frequency. 8 cores, saying 3.5 with a listed boost up to 5.3. Whoa. So we are not hitting 5.3. We're seeing a maximum of about, where was it? It was down here. There's 5.3 here on this core.
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's going to run 5.3 on all the cores. A lot of people don't understand that. Mm-hmm. So we're fine. Everything's good. And it's not running at 3.5, so we're somewhere in the middle at 4.8. That's nothing to sneer at. That's really a very fast speed to maintain. Remember, the 9900KS was the only CPU at that time, maybe since, that ran 5 gigahertz across all 8 cores simultaneously. And that's what's in the streaming computer. But we're locked in at 64. I'm very happy with that. Somebody thought the CPU might be undervolted a bit. I don't think so. I think it's running exactly the way the engineers intend it to. You could probably overvolt it a little bit more and get more out of it if you wanted to. But I wouldn't do it with that cooler, even though if it stays at 64, you probably could. Paul Baxter says, I love goth. See, there's somebody familiar with it. We're educating people about computers and culture. It is a worldwide thing. Get back to this window here. Robert Jones wants to know, can someone help me get HW monitor? Just go to Google, type in HW monitor space download, and it should take you right to the website. AJ Haverkamp says, we cannot hear the fan due to the audio filters. Well, maybe not. It's not really that loud. It's a very... Maybe I can turn the filters off. We can see what that sounds like. Let's see.
I put my mic right up to it.
Well, but that's unrealistic because that would be louder than we're hearing it. Where are my filters? Okay. Noise suppression. We'll turn off. Okay, so noise suppression is now off. So you're going to hear a lot more background noise. Although it is wintertime and the air conditioner is not running. Can you guys hear it? And you compare that to the booming of my voice, and I'm talking in a normal...
Still, in a case, you'd still never hear that.
Doug Betts provided Robert Jones with the link to CPUID.com that distributes HW Monitor and CPU-Z and a few other utilities I use. Yeah, they can hear it now. Ryan says you can hear the fan a little bit, but not much. Now imagine when it's in a case. If it's in a be quiet case, you probably won't hear it at all. We're at about 12 minutes. And how's our temps doing? Not budging off 64. That's fantastic. I'm tickled. 11900K, running that cool on that process. Someone said these are sold out on Amazon. These
That's what I saw. I did see that.
but there'll be, that's normal. Scythes go in and out of stock. Wait a day or two, they'll be back. It's pretty normal.
Well, that's because you bought 50 of them. Be honest.
Shh.
Okay.
Now, with the noise compression turned, I'm sorry, not the noise, what's it called? Noise suppression. I have noise suppression disabled now. Do you prefer the audio with noise suppression or without it? Now, today, again, we're not running the heat, we're not running the AC. We get a nice couple of weeks every year where the weather's actually quite nice. And if I wasn't broadcasting, I'd have the windows open and have the weather from outside, except that I get the noise from outside. So when I broadcast, I close all that up, so I'm not hearing cars or helicopters and airplanes.
Woodpeckers.
But I don't have the shootings. Yeah, we had that problem in Michigan.
Yeah.
We had a woodpecker that kept coming to the cottage. It's like sending signals. And they're very territorial. If you Google how to get rid of a woodpecker, oh, you're in for a ride. They're like the bulldogs of birds. I had a woodpecker that was tapping he would sit on the rear view or the side view mirror of my Blazer and tap at the glass, dummy. So I'd be sleeping and I'd hear this. And I'd go out there, what are you doing? And he'd fly away. This went on for about 3 or 4 months. Now, I didn't do anything to him. But I don't know what he thought he was going to get tapping at the glass.
He was very vain. He was seeing his reflection.
That's what I'm wondering. But you know, you'd think that after you wouldn't make any progress, right? If you're tapping on a piece of wood, after a while, you're going to start carving into it. It ain't happening on a piece of glass. So maybe he gave up, or maybe he was annoying somebody else who wasn't as nice as me. I don't know. They're very territorial.
With that very big bird brain.
Jason Ryrick is saying ambient noise is good. Larry Wood said the sound is better. Duncan, he says without noise suppression seems good and can hear the build of the PC as well. All right, well, we'll leave it off for now. Like I said, in the summertime rather, when we're running the AC, it's very distracting.
Because it kicks on, kicks off, the AC.
And and you're hearing the vent up there as the air blows through it. It has some loose pieces in there that move around.
What was the high today?
What version of Land Driver is loaded? We loaded the 102.14.
Something, yeah.
102.14, which was the only version I ever had. I never had any other version than that. Hey, there's Monty again, contributing $20. Thanks, Monty. Selden is also saying he likes it better without the filter. Everybody's liking it without the filter. No, wait, John Duggan likes it with the filter. Paul Baxter likes with, and Stephen Kelly likes it with. But they are not making up the majority, unfortunately, for them. Where are we at? About 16 minutes into the test. How are we doing? Got to make it full screen for us so we can see it. 65. Ooh, went up 1 whole degree. Running good, though.
Yeah.
After JJ and I were done with the live broadcast, we spoke for like another 2 hours after offline. And he pointed me in the direction of some pretty cool GPU tests that he's like, you should check these out. So over here on the streamer in a minute, I'll run one of those. But there's some demos you can download right from NVIDIA for their graphics cards to demonstrate RTX and to demonstrate DLSS. And one of them is called Reflections. It looks like a really cool Star Wars animated CGI thing. There's one called...
You're wanting to blow up the streamer while we're live? Is that kind of something?
No, it's really pretty to look at. Matt Power prefers the filter. Well, they're saying we're at 68 now. Let's take a look. Let me go full screen again. 71. All right, we're climbing now.
But we're about 17 minutes in. So.
Yeah, we're getting close. But we're far from 85.
Yeah.
still, if we scroll down to see if these numbers have changed.
And
you know,
when,
5.3.
be honest, when are you ever going to hammer it this hard? You
Nobody
know?
is.
know.
Let's put it to you this way. Somebody would hammer it that hard, probably wouldn't get this motherboard. They'd probably get a Z-series board. And they'd probably get faster RAM. But those people don't need to watch videos from me. They're the people that make videos, generally speaking. This is a good, apart from the network card situation, this is a good standard 8-year build. I just kind of doubled the amount of RAM I would normally use and went with the high-end 11th gen processor, keeping everything else the same.
Yep.
Just because. Like if you wanted that 8-year build, but you wanted it a little bit better, that would be sort of top of the line on the CPU, a decent amount of RAM without necessarily breaking the bank, but you're looking at about a $200 price difference, up to a $200 price difference between this and maybe a lower end i7 or a higher end i5. Where are we at? About a minute and a half left of the test. And just looking through the chat room for anything I can answer in the meantime. Stealth mode's preferring the audio without the filter. Anything, because our vocals are louder without the filter as well, or that's from Duncanny. Did I shout that one out? Rick Hubbard contributes £5. Thanks, Rick.
Hey, Rick.
Robert Jones says, I got the 21-day version of HW Monitor. What's a 21-day version? I don't even know what he's talking about. Should be no limitation on HW Monitor that I'm aware of. I always use the portable version of software. You'll notice I didn't install it.
Is that your 20?
Bob Connor says, Carey, it appears that your mic volume going down all the time was because of noise suppression. Do you make noise? Well, I also made a lot of adjustments to the microphones today.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was happening in this broadcast earlier. If it was, please let me know, because I thought I fixed that during this broadcast. Okay, timer's over. Okay. Dismiss. There we go. So what was our, it's still running right now, so let's see what our final temps are here. Full screen. 72?
Yep.
Wow, that's fantastic. So watch how low, watch this side here.
Yeah, how fast those drop.
As soon as I stop this test, I hit test and stop. That doesn't stop it though.
No.
I have to hit OK. And as soon as I click OK, watch these numbers over here. Go.
It went literally from like 71 to 41. And
Yeah, I see 37.
Yeah.
Yeah, like almost cut it in half.
half.
So that's how hot and how quickly a CPU gets up to temperature. Now, if we go back over to, let's see, if I gotta figure out how I can do this. If I go to, minimize this, close this. I think it's in my downloads folder. It's called the Atomic Heart Demo. I don't know that I can loop this. I'm going to try, or not loop it, but capture it. Oh, you hear the fan spinning on that? That's working it. Trying to find the right window capture. It does not appear to be it. That should work. Check this demo out. This is all these graphics are being created in the graphics card. So it's not playing a video, it's creating these graphics you see, including all the lighting effects, reflections, and textures.
Really?
Yeah. So yeah, JJ was telling me about this, and I'm like, wow, that's really cool. And these are some pretty big downloads. But if you've got an RTX graphics card and you want to kind of show off what it's capable of doing, or even like this one's a few years old, I think. So this will probably be even good on a 10 or 20 series NVIDIA card. Can you spin your head like that?
After a few cocktails. Just think of the people that had to design that. Jeez.
There's a lot going on here with light reflection and the brightness of the light and how bright it is to the source and how it dims away, the shadows it creates.
Camera movement.
Well, the camera movement's the easy part. Right? They have to create the 3D environment. Once the 3D environment's been made, moving around within it's actually fairly simple. This is a free demo you can download. You can type in into Google for RTX NVIDIA demo, and it should take you right to NVIDIA's website. And it kind of ends abruptly. There's like no real ending to it. It just kind of stops. So when we get to a black screen, we'll know it's done. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we are.
No credits on who made it. Or
Now, if I go back to my downloads folder, I should have the... Oh, this one's interesting. This is a Quake 2 demo, which is essentially the Quake 2 game with everything in RTX, not just a little bit of RTX. According to JJ, now I've not seen this before. I'm installing it as I'm speaking. Again, a free download from NVIDIA. And apparently it's not a demo in the sense that it runs on its own. You have to walk around and shoot at things. But I can do that. Totally good at that. Where did it go? Okay. Hold on. Quake 2 RTX. Let's see if I can capture that. Apparently not. It's not going to let me capture it. Ah. Well, let's just take a look here. Let me click game. Easy. Oh wow, this looks old school. You know what? I'm not that impressed.
Yeah.
It's still Quake. Well, JJ warned me. Die. Why can't I move? Oh, there it goes. Still new with my feet. Some kind of weird shield over there. Everybody's like, what's he doing? What's he doing? All right, this just looks like old Quake. You're not missing anything.
Ooh, bye.
So, you know, not everything JJ recommended is good. But there is another demo here that I'm desperate to see. Let's load it up right now. And that's called Reflections. Let's extract. Now this is nearly a 4 gig download.
Okay.
It says I've already extracted this. And then while we're waiting on that, let me just see what I'm missing in the chat room. Elevatordemo.exe, is that what I click on? Minimal resolution is 1920 by 1080. Please change the desktop. I am at 1920 by 1080. This application will now exit. I should be at 1920 by 1080. What does it say? 1920 by 1080. Maybe the scale of the text has to be at 100%. Maybe that's the problem. Elevator demo. That's better. Let's see if I can capture this. All right. I've never seen this before. First time for me. An Unreal Engine real-time ray tracing demonstration. Wow. That looks like real people.
Yeah.
So that's all being generated by the graphics card. There might be some audio to it, but we're not. I don't think I'm broadcasting the audio on it. She's a big girl. Look at those graphics effects. What I wouldn't have given to have this at like 14 years old.
That was quick, yeah.
Yeah, for 4 gigs,
Yeah.
I expected a bit more, but I'm sure it's a lot of data that's processing there.
Yeah.
And then let's see what other ones did I get. There's one called Justice. Let's try Justice out. Looks like computer went to sleep. Let me wake it back up. Guess we really don't even need that screen open anymore. We'll shut this one down. Just tap and release. That should power off. We'll go back to full screen on camera 1. And then this is almost done extracting. Justice RTX demo. I don't know what this is. All I can tell you is JJ recommended I check it out. (1920 by 1080). And then I should have the option to capture it. I hope, maybe. There we go. Let's see what this one looks like. Justice RTX demo from NVIDIA. This is a RTX 3080 graphics card in the streamer. And the microphone with the filter off, you can probably hear those fans cranking up. Those are on the graphics card, I think, that we're hearing.
Jeez.
Wow. So this is ray tracing on and DLSS off. There's a Lotus Notes joke in here somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm dating myself. Did you notice the koi?
Yep. Oh, they got sparklers.
Sparklers? You mean fireworks? Oh, sparklers. They actually have sparklers. I thought you were using one of your made-up words.
No. Wow. Look at the detail.
The reflection in the
Jeez.
armor. With the imperfections. The reflection in the sword. I guess that's like bullet time, but with swords. Sword time.
Yeah.
So when a knife comes at you, just move out of the way.
Right, yeah.
And then whatever that says. It says, please subscribe to CareyHolzman's YouTube channel.
There you go.
That's what I'm going with.
Okay. Yeah, that one was amazing.
And then I guess it just starts over. What else do we have in here? Anything else? He mentioned, the new version of Cinemark, Gravity Mark, handbrake test for benchmarking, other things other than Prime 95 to really work the machine. Like there's an old Asus developed real bench, which is old, but it still works. Yeah, but that's some of what you can do with these high-end graphics cards now.
Yep.
Just as a little demo, see what copyright violations that brings up later. So with the build being where it's the current status of the build, essentially you can put the motherboard in any ATX or micro ATX case.
Okay.
Use any, I would recommend a 500 watt or higher power supply, and your build is done. Maybe you want to go with a different motherboard than this one that doesn't have that i225V integrated graphics from Intel, because that seems unacceptable to me to have to deal with that. I've got to make my text size bigger again because I had to reduce it to see those demos. So we'll go back to 125%. So my old eyes can read this from a distance. And then any final questions? We still have a few minutes left in today's stream. We'd be happy to address any technical questions you guys have for us. Carey, did you turn off the PTT so Windows 11 won't install? I did not. I'll do that later. I'm not too worried about that. I will do that though. Let's see, that keyboard and that mouse can go over there, and this keyboard and this mouse over here. Luke Greenia says, Carey, just for you and Mitch, it's a frosty 26 degrees Fahrenheit in Vermont today.
Ah.
It's also 2 hours later.
Well, Luke, tomorrow, bright and early, I'm getting up and I'll be driving Phoenix to Moab, Utah.
Oh, that's right, you go to Colorado.
And I'll overnight in Moab tomorrow night, and then get up and Moab to my brothers. They're in Eagle, Colorado. So I'm basically going from summer to winter in a day. I don't like that. I gotta pull my big winter coat out of its cover that I have it kept in. So it's going to be a little chilly up there. So. My blood's too thinned out.
Well, it's hard to go skiing if there's no snow.
Yeah, so.
Well, I haven't missed any contributions that way. I thought I'd check while we were live. I'd like to give people a shout out. But speaking of which, there's Marty again with another $20 contribution. He says, "What are we going to eat tonight?"
You know, that you kind of had me intrigued with that hamburger place. You know,
Yeah, there's
based on the recommendations.
Yeah, we don't want to say any names, but
Right.
but there's a family-owned restaurant that's right down the street from here, and I've never gone to it. And I saw it on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. It was like playing in the background, and then I heard Guy Fieri.
Yeah.
Fieri. Anyway, that guy
Yeah. Guy. Yeah.
was over there, and he's like, "Oh, we're over here at XYZ Burger Company," and I'm like, "Wait, that's the one right down the street. There's only one of them."
Right.
And the people he was talking to, like the patrons, were like, "This isn't just the best burger you can get in Arizona. This is the best burger you can get anywhere." Now, I'm a fussy eater, so a lot of the burgers they make have a lot of stuff on them. I just want a plain burger on a bun. I don't even like the brioche. It's like a donut. I don't like that. So if it's that fancy, I won't like it. But we check it out. It won't kill me. It's not exactly Fuddruckers.
Right.
I just know that Guy Fieri was on Hot Ones, where he's doing the wing, and he complimented Sean Evans, the host, for pronouncing his name correctly right out of the gate. Right. And I thought he'd make a mental note of it, and I've already forgotten how he said it. Matt Powers recommending Burger King.
Is it? I'm kind of feeling Arby's night, but
I had that last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it anymore.
Okay.
Well, I kind of am, but in a different way.
Yeah.
Bob Connor says, "I like the burgers at Five Guys." We've got a Five Guys down the street here, but you got to close escrow to pay for the meal. It's very expensive. And the burger just reminds me of Wendy's.
A little pricey, yeah.
Again, I'm eating a burger plain, so all the fancy things Five Guys can put on, all the condiments and stuff, I don't have that. So if you just look at the shape of the patty, the thickness of it, it looks just like a Wendy's burger, only they're giving you two of them by default. And so it sits in my stomach like a piece of concrete. And then they give you enough fries to feed four people on a small fry. So I go there and I like how it tastes and I like the atmosphere. I like everything about it, but it's very expensive. It's about $17 per person for a burger, a drink, and a fry. Although, like I said, one fry could probably feed 3 or 4 people. And then after I'm done eating it, I feel terrible. I feel like I've just ate a brick. So I go to Five Guys when I forget why I don't like it. And then I go and then and I eat it and I go, first there's the sticker shock, and then there's the I want to go take a nap feeling like it takes everything good out of me.
Yeah. Ooh, there's a good Thai restaurant, not for
no
us,
such thing,
but up there in Moab. Yeah, I think I'll eat there tomorrow night. Yeah.
R. Rodriguez mentions Astro Burger and Fat Burger. We have Fat Burger out here. They're famous for their turkey burger, but Astro Burger I've never heard of. Ben Fitzpatrick says, "Hey, Carey, with CareyHolzman's help, I bought a 3rd-gen Ryzen ASRock board and Ryzen 5600G CPU for my tower. Kudos to her, man." Right on. Catherine, I was talking to a frequent contributor here, Jose Rivera Estacio, I think I'm saying his name. And he's 75 years old. He's built 3 or 4 computers, and I think all of them, he said, Catherine helped him with. Or certainly the most recent one. So I was kind of curious. I invited him if he wants to send me an email with a list of the parts and why he selected them. I'd like to read it to the audience for inspiration. And he said Catherine helped him select all the parts.
Nice.
So nothing but kudos to Catherine. If you don't know who Catherine is, she's a member frequently here in the chat room, and she'll make build lists for you based on what your budget is and what it is you're trying to accomplish with your build. And she does it for free. Doug Betts says, "I'm heading out to pick up the car from the shop. Live stream tomorrow at 11 a.m. And be sure if you like this channel, I think you're going to like Doug Betts' channel. And I'm not broadcasting tomorrow, and he is, so there's a video for you to check out live, and he'll have the chat room running just like we do here. Be sure and check him out. Thanks for stopping in, Doug.
Have a great weekend.
Ben Fitzpatrick says, I can send you my parts list, Carey, or can I send you? When I built it, I might even stream my build. Yeah, but put a little story behind it. Explain why you selected those parts. What was important to you? What were you trying to accomplish? What was your budget? I think that helps other people point them in the right direction or set the right expectations. What's a good tip on a motherboard for a 12900? I don't know. I haven't messed with any of those. I would say off the top of my head, the only one I know of, which is the Asus Z690. And the only reason that's on the top of my head is I just had JJ remotely for a couple hours yesterday, and JJ's all about Asus, you know, and not that I have a problem with Asus at all. My preference on motherboards is Gigabyte for a number of reasons. But when it comes to routers and other equipment, I like Asus, and when it comes to motherboards, I don't say they're not good enough. I find better value with Gigabyte personally, but I've built with a number of Asus boards, and it's like a 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I wouldn't hesitate to recommend an Asus board. Joseph Zins with a $5 contribution says, hey, Carey and Mitch, I hope you're doing well. Carey, when my parents said my first computer crashed, does that mean a component failed? Well, I don't know. I mean, that's what a technician's job is to interpret what your customer is saying, whether it's your parents or not, right? So when Mitch is saying he's got to put the nubbins into the thingamajig, I have to translate in my head what he's talking about.
Very technical.
Now, it helps to see it,
Yeah.
right? So if Mitch was telling me what he was doing over the phone and describing it the way he was, I'm like, what are you talking about? Now, if he said, well, with my M.2, I had to put the nub in on the heatsink, I go, okay, I got what you're saying. So it doesn't matter that somebody uses the right technical terminology, I don't care, but I need them to verbally describe what they're seeing. It's a long, skinny piece of metal with a little like tab at the end. That helps me visualize. It's so much easier to just see it. So I think you really need to go to your parents and see it, assuming they're local. Or they might need to have them ship it to you, or whatever the case may be. Or maybe you're all getting together for Thanksgiving, and while you're there, you take a look at it. But yeah, how people describe problems is half the job, is interpreting what that means. There's another contribution. Very generous today, Marty. Thank you. He contributes $10 more. Chris wants to know, do you have any recommendations for a faster boot up time for Windows 10? I'm getting a 13.5 second boot up time, and I want to try to get it around the 8-second mark. Well, first of all, what a life. 13.5 seconds is just taking too long. You know, they make minute rice for the microwave. Okay. Like, it only took a minute, and there's people going, that's got to be faster than that.
Yeah.
So I would suggest go through MS-config, remove items from startup. Maybe take everything out just to see what your default boot up time is. You can turn on quick start in your BIOS. It's probably in there. I don't know if anybody has any suggestions in the chat. I'd just say leave the darn computer on. Just leave it on. And then you have no boot up time at all. Restart it once a week, you know. Yep. I haven't shut my computer off except to upgrade it. I'm still running that old ASRock Z370 Pro 4. BIOS version 4.3. That's at Studio A. It's on 24/7. You guys remember I had pulled an i5 out, replaced it with an i7 for no reason. I just had an i7 laying around, and that system hasn't been shut off except for the upgrades. Right. It runs 24/7. I turn the monitor off. I reach over, I hit the power button, but you could set sleep mode. You don't even have to do that. But I'm a little OCD about it. I also unplug my toaster unless I'm using it. I've heard about toasters and coffee makers causing house fires, so I'm, not lately, but because I learned it all those years ago, I'm also afraid of vampire energy.
Yeah, they say,
They
well, it's
sip.
off, it's not going to pull.
Yeah,
oh,
they
yes,
sip.
they do. They
Especially
sip.
modern electronics. Modern TVs are always like in a low power state. Remember when TVs used to have to warm up? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you used to have to turn on the TV and wait. We used to measure how long a computer took to boot based on whether or not you had enough time to go get a cup of coffee and come back in Windows 95 days and prior. And that was fine. We accommodated. We knew this is going to be a couple minutes, so while this starts up, You know what? It's like turning the shower on in the morning and it's cold water, so you know how long it takes for the water to travel, right? If your water heater's at the opposite side of the house, or you've got a restrictor that it's making the most out of the water you have, so that might take a couple of minutes for that water to heat up. So you plan for that, right? You go, okay, well, that's doing that, I'll go do this, and when I come back, it'll be hot. Same thing, if you know your computer's gonna take 13.5 seconds to boot, and you want it to boot in 8, hit the power button, and then turn around in your chair twice, and when you come back around, it should be about 7 or 8 seconds. Oh, everything got dizzy. Should be about 7 or 8 seconds left. All I'm saying is, occupy your time. Otherwise, if you want to pursue that faster boot time, look to a faster drive, look to potentially more RAM, look to removing everything out of startup, and look to setting the BIOS to quick start, or what's it called? Quick boot? Something like that. There's usually like 3 options. Fast boot, there's like normal, fast boot, and ultra fast, or something like that. Which is essentially, I think at ultra fast, it's just basically hibernating. So it's not really turning off. It is turning off, but it's not.
When I go to my brother's, he warns me he has instant hot. So he's got it like
He's got an on-demand.
Yeah, so he's like, you know, when you go to wash your hands, you know, I'm telling you that the second you turn it on, because I'm just so used to, hot and in Phoenix and just turn it on. But he's like, no, even in the shower, you hit that hot, do not go right in.
So they have these tankless water heaters, and what it is, it's like a pipe that goes back and forth like this, and it fits flush against the wall. And it's got like, if it's gas, it's got fire underneath the pipes. And as the water runs through the pipes, it heats up as it goes back and forth and then sends off to your faucet. But it's my understanding you've got to have it full on for that to work. If you just turn it a little bit for a trickle, it won't get hot. It's got to be full on.
Right, yeah. And then
it's instantly hot and it's bottomless. In other words, I was at a cottage, a friend of mine had a cottage, and he had a water heater. I don't know how many gallons it was, but it's like this big in the closet. And the jacuzzi was like this big in the bathroom. And you'd fill the jacuzzi about halfway and the water got cold. You have to shut it off, wait for the water heater to get hot again. So he had a flood issue there. And I said, hey, well, you're fixing the cottage. You should think about putting one of these tankless water heaters in. He's like, why? What's that? I'm like, well, 1, you don't have a water heater issue, right? 2, you have endless hot water. It's on demand, and you're not heating this whole tank of water the whole time you're not at the cottage for 27 days a month.
Right.
So it saves money. It's just really a smart thing to do. Tankless water heaters, it's a thing.
Yeah.
Jim Maloney says, ludicrous speed, go. It's a Spaceballs reference. Mike Yazzie with a $20 contribution says, hello, Carey and Mitch. Hey, Mitch, is that a new We Are the World t-shirt?
No. Toto Africa.
That's right. That does appear to be Africa.
Yeah.
The continent of Africa. Where's South Africa? Probably at the bottom?
Johannesburg, yeah.
Where's Egypt?
Got me.
We're so American. Hey, I know it's in Africa. I should get points for that.
The Serengeti?
Egypt.
Oh, okay.
Just looking back through the chat here on some final questions. We're going to get ready to wrap things up. Does the UPS protect your PC? Well, I mean, if somebody comes into your house and takes it, I don't think it's going to stand up and go, don't do that.
Takes the UPC, not the computer.
The UPS?
Yeah, the UPS.
There is a UPC on the UPS. That's usually the barcode they scan when you ring it up for purchase.
At the ABC.
Yeah, which you could plug into your USB.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Joseph Zins, and I know that because I was just at the ATM where I entered my PIN, my PIN. It was in my 4x4 with the 4 on the floor. I had to return a VHS for my VCR.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was on my HD TV.
Perfect, yeah.
I forgot the number to 911 though.
Right.
That was just a Porsche that drove by. I thought it was an emergency vehicle. Yeah, don't get me started on that.
Yeah. You already did. Okay.
It's too late.
Yeah.
Oh no, I could keep going.
No, that's
That was just a surface.
Just a taste.
That was a taste of it. I can go for about 20 minutes on that. Or it feels like 20 minutes. Joseph Zins contributes $2. He says, I think you missed my most recent contribution. Oh, I guess I did. He contributed $5 earlier. He said, this was many years ago with Windows 2000, and I was wondering if the term crashed was a known term from years ago that meant something. Well, certainly the term bug does, because they found like a moth in a supercomputer at a college, and there was a bug in the computer, quite literally. So that's how that term was coined. Now, when it comes to crashed, I don't know the source of that, but let's Google it.
Crashed meaning the blue screen of death?
Sure. Because, you could crash at somebody's place.
Right.
But if a computer hangs and you say it's crashed, here this person responds, the most popular story is that it came from hard disk crash. In the old days, disks weren't in sealed boxes with filtered air. That's how they are now. Okay. They came usually in stacks and were stored in something that looked like a plastic cake box. And they'd put the stacks of disks in a hole and push a button, then the heads would come out. Now, as the disk spins, it creates this cushion of air under the read-write heads, so the heads don't actually touch or come into contact with the disk surface. And if there's a speck of dust or anything, because the cushion of air is very smaller than a human hair, the thickness, like 1/1000th of the thickness of a human hair. Anyway, if there's anything on there, the head will be pushed up and it can spring back and crash into the surface of the disk. In other words, it'll, like a needle on a record, it'll bounce. That sounds feasible. And if it bounces, when it hits, it'll permanently damage the disk. And they would refer to that as a disk crash. Now, sealed disk drives make this rather difficult to happen these days. However, the terminology survives. And that's from somebody named Eric Pepke. So, yeah, interesting question as we look back to the history. I like to see people thinking like that. I like that. That's the critical thinking I'm trying to encourage people, that we're not just robots following rituals, but we understand why we use these terms. Where did they come from, and how did they evolve, and what do they apply to? There's a lot of people that can speak all the right words but actually know nothing, especially in this industry. Larry wants to know, am I still getting the base to the beast to put the wheels on it? And I still want that wrecked 200R case. Yes, Larry, I have the wrecked 200R case set aside for you. I haven't had time to get to it. And yes, you will get the bottom of the beast. Once we're done with the beast, I'm going to take the bottom off.
Yep.
And we just want to make sure that when you put wheels on it, we need those wheels to lock. I mean, I think that you mentioned that they were going to. It's probably going to be after the first. Well, I guarantee it'll be after the first of the year. And I will definitely take you up on your offer to do that.
Just too heavy.
And when I send you the case, I don't want it back. It's all yours, my friend. You keep that.
Just too heavy for even two guys to lift.
No, it isn't. We can lift it. It's fine. But having it be able to roll it around, I wouldn't need any help. Unless there's stairs.
Put a handle on the top.
No, that'll be a visit to a chiropractor if I did that, because then I try to lift it. Paul Baxter says, great video, thank you. Thanks, Paul. There's Tony Wallow. Hey, Tony, good to see you, my friend. Cindy says, tankless water heaters. In my area, you can't find a plumber to install it. Who needs a plumber to install a tankless water heater? That's the beauty of it. You can do it yourself. You got a line of water coming in, and a line of water going out. That just fits between those two things. You mount it against the wall, and you provide it with electricity, or if it's a gas line, you probably want a professional to do it, or at the very least make sure your gas line is off and that you have expelled any gas that remains in the line, and don't work around any flames for obvious reasons. So for that, I would hire a professional. But if it's electric, you could easily do it yourself. Just make sure you turn off the power to the fuse box for the water heater. Cut the breaker on it. Super easy, barely an inconvenience.
You didn't put your phone on silent? That's just rude.
I had it on airplane mode, and the things still come through.
Well, apparently airplane mode isn't silenced.
Oh, that's telling me about my stay tomorrow.
That just means it won't affect my pacemaker.
Telling me about my stay tomorrow in Moab. Okay.
Jason Wyrick says, don't tell Carey to expel any gas while Mitch is around. How dare you? My gas smells like the botanical garden. Monty UL with another contribution, $10. Who is paying for dinner tonight?
Eeny, meeny.
I pay in ways you have no idea. All right. Well, it looks like it's getting quiet here in the chat. Any last call? We're closing. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
I won't see you guys next Friday because that'll be
right.
That'll be Black Friday, and Carey's going on Amazon Live, and
You're going to see a lot more Amazon videos from me if you check out my Amazon channel at amazon.com/shop. You know, like you go shopping. /CareyHolzman, all one word. And there's some videos up there now. And I'm going to be doing some other content that I don't do here. Maybe something you like, maybe something you don't. It'll cost you nothing to check it out. So if you notice I'm not making a video for a few days on YouTube, it may be because I'm over making videos at Amazon. It's hard to do them both at the same time. I made an attempt to do Amazon Live yesterday, and the StreamYard settings are too high for Amazon. So I got to talk to the folks at StreamYard about the bit rate.
but then I'll be back then the first Friday in December, something like that. Yeah.
Carey, when will we see your interactive videos? We tried that, it just didn't work. Mitch and I, we put so much work into that.
About a month. Yeah.
And then we released it sort of like a beta version of it to see what kind of feedback, and people weren't getting it. People thought we were just looping one video into another video and playing the same video, like installing the power supply and then installing the RAM. And they failed to realize that if you installed the RAM first, there was no power supply.
Right.
It was a completely different video based on your previous decisions, that if you had, whatever you had selected to install first was already installed when you went to the next thing. When you'd say, okay, we're going to show how to put the RAM in, but whether or not there was a CPU or an M.2 drive depended on what order you. So if you started with the RAM, then the CPU socket and the M.2 drive were empty. People weren't picking up on it.
And it was a continuity nightmare.
The whole point of it was that based on the decisions you made, Mitch would make comments that were different every time, because we would show installing the RAM with a CPU, installing the RAM without a CPU, installing the RAM with a CPU and an M.2, installing the RAM without a CPU and an M.2, installing the RAM with an M.2 and no CPU, and back and forth. So we had like 6 different versions. So you could go, the idea was, instead of getting more viewers, what if I could get the viewers to watch the video more times? So once you run through it, make different decisions. Even at the beginning, it was AMD or Intel. And it got really complex, the number of possibilities. And I was doing it all in my head, and I had to get a pen and paper and start writing it out. And then when I sort of put it together, we dropped the whole AMD side, focused only on Intel to reduce the complexity. People would go through it one time, and they weren't getting it.
But we had just some great close-ups, though.
And some funny lines.
Yeah, some great close-ups of these pins and everything, razor sharp, and
So the interactive video I don't think is available anymore. I took it all down because it's like 60 little 4-minute videos, and they're all 59 of the videos are hidden. So you have to go to the first one, and based on how you choose to move forward, there's the windows appear, the little at the end of the video. You can select this side or this side, and those don't stay up permanently. So what I did is I had Mitch keep talking while those were up, and people would wait for Mitch to finish talking, and the video would end, and the choices would go away. And they're like, "Oh, you shouldn't do it with Mitch talking." I'm like, "Oh, I have to reshoot this whole thing again," because they're up for about 15 seconds.
Is it this or is it this?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And people wanted to listen to what you had to say, and then by the time you were done, choices were removed and the video ends.
Right.
So I thought that was going to be a viral video, and people just weren't getting it. They were going through it, and they're like, yeah, it's pretty funny, but they didn't catch that they could go through it again and make different decisions, and based on the decisions they would make, they would see the condition of the board was exactly following the build order they selected. We spent how many hours on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
Bob Connor says, Carey, when you finish my build, don't forget you made notes on the last available page in your notebook. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I have no idea anymore. I've completely forgotten. But I do have Bob's stuff set aside. Like, I think he didn't want the graphics card back, but I don't have any use for it, so. I got to talk to Bob. I've got his DVD and his power supply set aside and his cables. He's going to get all that back.
Okay.
And his system is built, and it is cable managed, so I just have to get back to it. Trying to, help the people that have been waiting the longest. So Rod is the one that was waiting the longest, and prior to him it was my friend Dave. So Dave got his. Rod will get his on Monday. Next week I should be able to get out. There's one for Steve and one for Bob. And then the one for Raul, which is the one that arrived damaged, that Larry wants the broken case. I've got to create an RMA with Corsair for the RAM. He's got a bad, that's the whole reason it was sent, was a bad RAM.
Stick. Yeah.
Yeah. And Mike Smith also has the same kit of RAM and also had it go bad. And Corsair now wants you to run memtest 86 and save an output file for their support. So, I filled out the support and they said, can you send us, and I'm like, all right, so I had to hook it all back up. And the system won't even boot with the RAM in. So I told RMA, the support, I said, system won't even boot anymore with the RAM. It'll boot with one stick, but not the other stick. So I can't run memtest 86. And they said, okay, here's your RMA. So I guess if you want to expedite the RMA process with Corsair with regards to RAM, just tell them the system won't boot with the RAM. They won't make it go through this.
Right.
And the funny thing is they should be advising people how to make a memtest 86 flash drive and how to run it and point them to my video. Can you imagine how many more hits I would get if their RMA department said, because they're just assuming you know what any of that means. There's no helpful tip on how to run that procedure. So I should talk to them and say, hey, you should point people to my video if you're going to ask them to do that. So for all those RMAs, I'll get all those views. Mm-hmm. Patrick Russo said, your interactive video is better than PC build simulator. I thought so, but again, people just weren't getting it. If we released it now, it's several years old, and so you're going to, why are you guys building a Zen 1? Yeah. Or whatever generation Intel that was. All right, well, that wraps it up for us. Have a safe trip.
Thank you.
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
You guys the same. Everybody have a happy and safe Thanksgiving. Don't eat too much, and don't drink and drive, and be patient to your relatives, because you only see them once a year. So
you do? Is that to you, or is that
that's
to
them? Yeah,
Maybe they live with their relatives. Maybe they see them every damn day. It's you again.
Yeah. I'm planning to visit my 90-year-old father, so...
He's older than that, isn't he?
No.
He's 90?
94. He'll be 95 in April, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Enjoy your trip.
I will.
You're not taking the motorcycle?
No.
Probably it's tough in the snow.
Yeah, very tough.
Cold.
Yeah, and it's very slick, yeah.
For all the contributions today, thank you for all of my friends for contributing and participating in the chat. If you're blue, thank you for helping keep it civil in there. We haven't really seen much in the way of trolls. So much nicer to make videos without the trolls. Yeah. And that's thanks to my friends in blue. And of course, thanks
the blue crew. Yeah.
Yeah, and thanks, of course, to the people who have sent their machines in for repair, even if they arrived damaged and they weren't packed right. It certainly made for some very interesting content and the importance of packing things correctly. So that's Raul and Rod and Bob and Sean, who gave us the 200R case back that was given to us by Rick Hubbard England who sent it filled with those Walker's smoky bacon.
I gotta have some of
Crisps.
those chips again.
I should order some.
Yeah.
And then who else? Who else? Steve in Ohio. We got to get a machine out to him too. And then he's going to send another one for me to do. So he needs this one first.
Okay.
So some things are being held off, and I don't want to wait too close to about right up to about the 12th of December. I don't think I want to ship until after the first of the year, because then shipping's going to get harsh.
Yeah.
Unless I know something's pretty much bulletproof, because they're going to be handling those packages with
Yeah.
speed.
Kid gloves.
It's all about speed there. So again, I will see you all on Monday for sure, and I don't think I'll have anything going on over the weekend, but Monday for sure. And then we'll talk after you get back. Next Friday, I'll be at Amazon, so I won't be here. So thanks again for hanging out with us. We'll see you all again very, very soon. And until then,
Bye for now.